Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Our event will begin in 3 minutes. Please be seated and remember to switch off all electronic devices or set to silent mode. Thank you. Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Sorry about that delay. Okay, so we will start with our event for today. Also, hello to all of our distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, from both on-site and online. On behalf of the organizers, I would like to welcome you to the Taiwan-Israel Innovation Roundtable event, co-organized by DTA, Digital Transformation Association, and MassChallenge Israel. Thank you for attending our event today. My name is Jia, and I will be the host for today. Throughout the event, we will have prize draw activities. Prizes will include one brand new iPad Air and other amazing prizes. The prize draw could happen anytime and is also only available for the on-site attendees. So make sure you put your name card into the prize draw box. If you haven't done so, you can pass it to our staff now. If staff can raise their hand, you can pass it to them now. Okay, so to start with, I would like to invite Mr. Jianran Chen, the chairman of DDA, who is also the ambassador at large of Taiwan, to deliver his welcome speech. Please join me to welcome Mr. Chen.
Thank you. We have Mr. Guo on the side, and we have Mr. Tia Lahav, head of Israel Economic and Transmission in Taipei. And we have Unique Sukin, Managing Director of MassChallenge on the Israel side, and Dr. Tinghan Wang, Director of Science and Technology Division, Taipei Economic Cultural Office in Tel Aviv. Good afternoon, distinguished guests and ladies and gentlemen here in Taiwan. And Boker Tov, I hope my pronunciation is right. Good morning to the distinguished guests and attendees in Israel. I'm Jaron Chen, Chairman of DTA. It's my pleasure to extend my warm welcome to all of you for attending the Taiwan-Israel Innovation Roundtable event, co-hosted by DTA, MassChallenge Israel, and E3. Last year, DTA and MassChallenge Israel jointly hosted a successful program, Startup Terrace Global Hack 2020, to identify, nurture, accelerate, and support international technology-driven startups from Taiwan and Israel. Through the program, we have successfully facilitated exchange of several startups and corporates, including field trial, R&D collaboration, etc. Moreover, 6 startups were directly connected to VC for funding opportunity. To continue deepening the network between Taiwan and Israel entrepreneurial ecosystem and facilitating business collaboration opportunities, we organized this year's event focusing on the promotion of digital transformation of the industry. And the big opportunity is bringing to startup and enterprise in the post-COVID-19 era. The outbreak of the pandemic not only caused a massive change to our daily life, but also affect the way we work and our business operation. However, it's bringing big challenge and opportunities as well. So although the COVID-19 pandemic is and will continue to be a significant challenge for the startup ecosystem, the current crisis may also create short and long-run opportunities for those who respond properly. Since DTA aims to help industry and government to leverage the power of digital technology to tackle with the issue of digital transformation. In addition to research and policy initiatives, we are happy to organize various events like today to help match supply and demand side of digital transformation, in particular, to encourage and assist young people and startups to develop technology and solutions to grasp the opportunity. The purpose of today's event is to foster exchange between startups and enterprise from Taiwan and Israel, facilitating both sides to explore possible collaboration in helping the enterprise to handle digital transformation challenge. In today's event, we will have 2 keynote speeches by experts from Taiwan and Israel to share with us the startup ecosystem of each country. Then we will invite 6 startups to present their technology solutions and experience in helping enterprise to tackle with digital transformation challenges, followed by a 3rd presentation of how startup can leverage the government funding program when developing products. And then we will have a roundtable session as an end to explore the potential of the collaboration between Taiwan and Israel. I hope everyone of you can enjoy today's talk. And I would like to encourage startups and enterprise from Taiwan to take this opportunity to learn from Israel experts and startups and to explore the potential business cooperation opportunity. Last but not the least, I would like to extend my most sincere appreciation to all the distinguished guests online and on the site, and all the speakers, especially to Eunice Sakin and her teams of MassChallenge Israel. Without their professional support, we cannot have this wonderful event. And I would like also to thank Dr. Ting-An Wang in Israel, because he will be the right person to help the startup and enterprise who are looking for high-tech business opportunity in both countries. Finally, wish you all health and happiness. Thank you very much. Salon and Toda Haba.
Thank you, Chairman Chen. Next, I would like to invite the Managing Director of MassChallenge Israel, Ms. Yonit Sirkin, to have her welcome speech for us. Ms. Sirkin is actually online live with us at this very moment. So you can see her on the screen on my left. Hi, Ms. Sirkin, welcome. Thank you, Mr. King, for that lovely speech. Next, we have a recorded video from Mr. Yao Huangkuo, Minister without Portfolio of Executive Yuan, sending us some regards from his office. Let's enjoy the video together.
主办单位陈正南理事长 ，Managing Director Mr. Sirkin， 还有今天出席的贵宾 Mr. Laha 和以色列、台湾两国新创间的各位先进和朋友们，大家好！很荣幸受邀参加今天的台以创新跨域交流论坛。 两国的代表齐聚一堂，分享发展新创圈的经验，跟共同研讨数位转型的重要性，是具有代表性的意义。因为数位创新正在快速改变我们的世界，也改变了产业竞争的版图，带来全新的数位经济的形貌。那因此，推动数位经济已经是各国政府的重要政策之一。那我想大家都知道，这次 COVID-19 的疫情对人类社会的运作带来相当大的冲击，同时也促成了网络应用的普及，零接触经济兴起。那各国都体认到数位转型的重要性，加速了转型的步调。而且这一次转型是所有产业、各个领域都要转型，所以如何链接新创的能量呢，是其中一个关键的因素。那非常感谢 DTA 在这个关键的时刻，积极协助台湾的产业进行跨领域的合作，媒合国内外新创的交流。那以色列呢，在新创议程跟科技创新的成就举世闻名，向来享有新创之国、中东矽谷的美名。因此，以色列的发展经验是相当值得台湾借鉴参考的。我个人很期待透过今天的论坛，可以听取各位新创界先进的观点跟指导，协助台湾打造良好的创新环境跟数位商机。我想大家都知道，目前台湾政府更积极的在筹设数位发展部。那这个新部会的施政目标，就是在促进台湾新形态数位经济的发展，加速国家数位转型，跟确保国家资通安全。在数位经济方面，我们希望能够让台湾成为印太地区数位创新的枢纽，结合传统具有优势的硬体制造业跟具有创意的软体服务业呢，建构台湾成为智慧应用方案的重要研发基地，同时带动台湾软体服务业的国际化跟规模化。那同时，我们也希望带动所有产业可以加速数位转型，活络台湾创新经济的发展。那其中的关键因素之一就是扶持更多的新创事业，让台湾的数位经济的 ecosystem 呢可以更完备，而且进军国际，链结国际。那政府呢鼓励台湾跟以色列两国的新创圈呢可以紧密的合作。那再结合台湾的科技制造生态链的优势，我想对于彼此布局国际市场，还有扩大数位经济商机，将会产生很大的效益的。那这一次的论坛只是一个开端，期待两国的新创圈可以持续的对话跟交流，成为紧密的合作伙伴，那共同拓展全球的数位市场。那最后预祝今天的论坛圆满成功，各位与会的贵宾身体健康，万事如意，谢谢大家。
Thank you, Ms. Guo. Coming up next, it is my pleasure to invite Ms. Salil Lahav, the head of Israel Economic and Trade Mission in Taipei, to give us a remark. Let's welcome Mr. Lahav.
Ambassador Chairman Chen, Vice President Lin, Yonit in Israel. I don't know if you can see me through the camera feed over there. Dr. Gong, Ethan, Samantha, honorable guests in Taipei, my friends in Israel, Boker Tov, Daja Hao. It is my very much pleasure being here today representing my friends from MassChallenge Israel that unfortunately cannot be here with us today. I first learned about MassChallenge Israel as I joined the Ministry of Economy and Industry as a cadet in January 2016. I had the privilege of working closely with the Jerusalem branch and witnessing firsthand their amazing work fostering innovation with teams of young entrepreneurs from Israel and from the world. MassChallenge has a vision that is similar in many ways to the vision of the State of Israel and of the Jewish people. Tikkun Olam, repairing the world, amending the world. That vision is to be a beacon of light to others, to lead by example, and to help create a better world to others. I'm very happy to see this vision extended here in Taiwan with amazing partners as the DTA, who share the same values as we do about innovation. Taiwan and Israel both serve as vivid examples to the world of what can be achieved when you allow people to pave their own path, when you create the right circumstances for others to create new pathways to others, for more to follow, when you allow free will and free people in free market to create this miracle of prospering economies relying on international cooperation and innovation to keep humanity move forward. Despite the many, many kilometers separating our islands apart, yes, Israel is an island. We're surrounded by land, but still an island. We share far more similarities with one another than with our neighbors. Our ancient cultures, they draw power from 1,000-years-old wisdom in order to innovate, in order to create something new, to dare, to create new possibilities for our nations and for others. For that, I couldn't be prouder and happier to be here today. I truly believe we are only at the beginning of understanding the true potential Taiwan and Israel share together. We've all addressed the pandemic. I was hoping not to, but I have to say that during the past 2 years, despite the difficulties, despite not being able to have the guests and companies from Israel present physically here with us today, the COVID situation also opened many new opportunities for us. In the past 2 years, the Israel Economic and Trade Mission with me, we've successfully managed to create hundreds of millions of US dollars in deals, in investment opportunities, and in new programs such as IP2 Launchpad, which is an amazing program. I would like to thank again for the Digital Transformation Association, especially Chairman Chen and Dr. Samantha Hong, for organizing this event. And I would like to wish you all a successful and fruitful day. And Yonit, Lashana Haba B'Yerushalayim. I wish I can see you all there. Thank you very much. Shesheni.
תודה רבה. Thank you, Mr. Lahab. Coming up next, it is my pleasure to introduce you Dr. Ting An Wang, Director of Science and Technology Division, Taipei Economic and Cultural Office in Tel Aviv, Israel. Dr. Wang is sending us some regards from his office.
Good afternoon to Taiwan's colleagues, and good morning to Israeli friends for Katov. It is my great honor to be part of this event. Thanks for DTA's invitation. I'm based in Tel Aviv.
Yeah. Uh-huh. Many thanks to our distinguished guests and speakers for supporting our event. Please return to your seats and thanks Mr. King for your participation. Goodbye. Now we will be taking a big group photo with all the participants. Are you ready? And please take off your masks and hold your breath. Please put on your mask and keep smiling. Okay. Thank you all. Now we will proceed to our first keynote session. Please join me to welcome Dr. Xinwu Lin, Vice President of Taiwan Institute of Economic Research. Dr. Lin's keynote will be on Taiwan ecosystem. Please, Dr. Lin.
Good morning to the distinguished guest audience in Israel, and also good afternoon to the local audience. My name is Xinwu Lin. I'm from TIER. Actually, I did 2 teams in TIER for doing the research about startup ecosystem. The other team member, Dr. Fan, he will join the panel discussion later. So if I didn't present very well, you can ask him. I will share you about our observation about Taiwan startup ecosystem. Okay. I will divide 3 parts to share our observation. The first part is about industrial strengths in Taiwan. The second part is about Taiwan startup ecosystem. And the third part will share you the most important international entrepreneur or startup ecosystem in North Taipei, Linko Startup Terrace. Well, I think it is a very fair way to look at Taiwan's industrial strengths from international third-party evaluation. I collect 4 here. As you can see that Taiwan's all behave very well. The first one is from WF. I think most of you already know that in year 2018 and 19, Taiwan ranked with Germany, United States, and also Switzerland as a super innovator. And last year, we did a research co-work with GM, Global Entrepreneurship Monitor. The whole environment for entrepreneur worked very, very well. We rank world number 3. I think all of this gives us an idea that Taiwan is a fertile ground for startup. And next, actually Taiwan has a very good industrial clusters. I will show you later. However, another aspect in Taiwan very strong is that we have very good location because we are in the center of around the center of the global market. In the north, we connect to the third world market, Japan. And then in the east, we connect to the world's largest market, United States. And also in our west, it is mainland China. Right now, the booming area is Southeast Asia. So in the past 40 years, Taiwan growth because of the location. So I think it is also a very good opportunity to co-work with Israel together. Go ahead, because we could develop this market together. Taiwan has an excellent location for startups. And when we studied the figures behind WF and IMD, we found that there are 3 major reasons that rank Taiwan very good. The first one is about cluster, industrial cluster. Yeah. So from the view graph, you can see that in North Taiwan, in Taipei, we have Nangang software park, and also in Hsinchu, we have Hsinchu Science Park. They focus on ICT industries, and also in Central Taiwan, we have some precision machinery industries, and in South Taiwan, we have Southern Science Park, and also in Kaohsiung, they are focusing on some new industry, for example, energy, and also medical device. And also, I bet you have heard that TSMC has decided to invest in Kaohsiung recently. So the industrial cluster is one of the major reasons why WF ranked Taiwan very good. I will raise the other 2 reasons. The first one is about talent. Taiwan has a lot of very good engineers, It is why in the past few years, lots of international companies, they come to Taiwan. For example, Google, for example, Qualcomm, Amazon, they come to Taiwan. They come to Taiwan because of Taiwan has fostered a lot of good engineers in previous years. And also, the third reason is Taiwan has world best productivity of patents, utility patents. Yeah, because we even lead United States. We in United States. Yeah, it continues about 20 years. So it is why we rank as a super innovator. And also, in the previous years, Taiwan government tried to foster brand. So as you can see here, ASUS, Acer, the two major famous notebook brand, and also you may see Giant and also Merida. They were very famous in the world about in bicycle. And also Taiwan has a lot of very good ICT providers. And TSMC, you must know that it plays a very good and important role right now in all over the world. And I could raise another one, AUO. AUO is not the largest panel maker of the world. However, it is I could say it is a most innovative panel maker. The largest was the largest two was right now is in mainland China. It is BOE and CSOT. However, AUO, they did a panel industry, developed a new technology named mini LED and also micro LED. Right now, Apple, they utilize mini LED as a new technology in their iPad. I guess it will be more popular later years, in a few years. And the other companies, you may know them from the website. Okay. When we think about Taiwan's entrepreneur policy, we just try to review the history of industrial development in the past 40 years. We found two reasons, major reasons. The first one, which is about Taiwan's company, they catch up new paradigm. That is very critical. And also the second reason is those companies, they develop new position in their supply chain or their industry. So we have a lot of large companies, especially in textile, in bicycle, also maybe in metal industry and also ICT. This company, they play very well right now in all the world. They're with very good competitiveness. And when we look forward, we look to near future, we found that there are a new paradigm is forming. It is, what is that? It is about there are some common technologies. This common technology, just like AI, AR/VR, AIoT, and even blockchain and 5G. This common technology bring us some opportunity to create new paradigm. And they give us a new domain or new vertical opportunity. So, and this opportunity could co-work with our industrial strengths. I mean, those companies with very good strengths. So I think this is a way we propose to the government that we should bring big to lead small, or we should encourage big company co-work with small, and especially with those entrepreneur or new startup with software capability, with new talent. I think this is an approach the government is trying to adopt or follow this kind of idea. Well, I will turn to the startup ecosystem. We did the research, work together. TIE worked with PwC together since 2018. We did a Taiwan Startup Ecosystem Survey. During the study, in the past 4 years, we found a very similar situation. This is the entrepreneur profile. It is very similar. Each year has a very similar situation. For example, first time entrepreneur, almost around 70%. And also, most of them focus on self-realization. Why they create their startup? It was because they would like to be self-realization. Last week we just published the new one. It is this year's survey. Maybe if you are interested, you can try to shoot the QR code. You will get the Chinese version. The view graph just show you that the result from 2020. All of the figure show us that the startups in Taiwan, most of them have 3 characteristics. They are take risks, high level of education, and also self-realization. All of this prove that most startups are opportunist entrepreneurs. They are not only work for necessity. I think that is a good part of Taiwan startup ecosystem. And also, in Tianyang, there is a team named Find It. They did research about venture investment. They did this study also from 2018. And this is the trend on the view graph. As you can see that during the past 2 years, in 2019, the number of deals is higher than 2020. However, the amount of investment, 2020 is higher than 2019. So behind the data, it was because KKday, the traveling platform, it got 74 maybe. If I'm wrong, Dr. Fan will assist me to correct. And also 74 million. And also the IC design company, the IC design house, Neron, collect 40 million US dollars. So this higher investment raised the amount of venture investment in the past 2 years. And this one is the heat map of the venture investment by areas. As you can see, the trend and also the heat map, the heat part of the investment. So health tech, electronics, and also energy. Right now it becomes the most important part in Taiwan in venture investment. So we are focusing on very up-to-date area right now. And I will turn to the policy side. Our government work very hard. They try to provide abundant public resource for our startups. And they try to develop their policy from various stages of startups. So we collect a lot of policy here. However, there are 2 focus right now for the government. They focus on how to assist the startup growth. So we have a lot of new policy here. Maybe you can see a TACC Plus. It is the one most famous right now. And also I will show you the other policy, the other important policy named clusters. So Lincoln Startup Terrace is the other one. And in your study, we found that it is not only service provider from public sector. There are also lots of from private sector because they found the opportunity. So this one is the startup was collected by GM. They raised this one as an example. The company name AppMaker. It is a platform to assist startups or people with ideas who would like to make it come true. So they assist these people to discuss, to bring their idea to workshop, to open factory, to make the idea as a prototype and assist them prove their concept. So this is a platform, and we propose this case to GM, and GM feel that after their assessment, they found that this is a very good example for the other countries. And also, Taiwan also provides abundant resource for international startups. So if you are interested, you can access the IEIT. It is the gateway for international startups. And Taiwan also provides entrepreneurial visa. The world innovative entrepreneurs are all welcome to Taiwan. So we create this kind of this kind of visa for them. If you get a visa, you can get residence for 1 year with a limited entry, and also you can extend visa without leaving Taiwan. And also you can bring together with the other 3 members together here. And also the qualification is not very difficult. If you meet at least one of the 8 criteria, you can get a visa. So it is very easy, I guess. If you are an innovative startup, you can get a visa very easy. And finally, I will show you that Lincoln Startup Terrace. It was World University Players Village and renovated in 2018 and started as a startup terrace in 2019. It has been 2 years. However, it has become a top accelerator hub right now in Taiwan. And it has collected 21 international accelerators. And Gary Gong is a leader inspiring super ideas. Maybe he can share us his experience here in Startup Terrace later. And what is the focus in Lincoln Startup Terrace? They provide the opportunity, the area, the facility for startups doing proof of concept. And it is because in that area, in 30 kilometers, they can access different kind of facility. For example, hospital, retail, department store, and school. And it is very easy to do any applications experiment. And also, over there, they also have 5G network to give you the opportunity to access the 5G network. Finally, I will introduce that they have a sub-lending program. And the program divided to two kind of service. One is for 1 week, the other one is 1 month. So if you are interested, you can access their website, Linko Startup Terrace. Okay, it is come to my end of presentation. If you have any question, you can contact with me and maybe later or by email. And also, if you are interested in the place I mentioned, you can also email them to the Startup Terrace. Thank you for you all. Thank you. This is my presentation.
Thank you, Dr. Lin. Now we have the Q&A session. For the online attendees, if you would like to ask questions verbally, you could press the raise hand button. Otherwise, you could type out the question and we will address it for you. We will take questions from the on-site attendees first. Is there anyone who has a question? No? Are you sure? Okay, and we thanks Dr. Lin again. Okay. Next, we have a keynote speaker from Israel, the Executive Director from Startup Nation Central, Ms. Wendy Singer, who will be delivering a keynote on Israel ecosystem. Hello? Hello, Wendy. Good morning. Good afternoon in Taiwan. We are very glad to welcome you, and now is your time. Please. Thank you. Yeah, yes, we saw that.
case. And this is an interesting comparison. The U.S. is about GDP, okay, and Israel's around 4.5%, almost 5%. Now, on this topic of diversity of innovation, and I'm going to go back here for a minute. On this topic, another thing that is interesting about the sort of a characteristic of the Israeli ecosystem is that entrepreneurs themselves tend to move from one sector to another during the course of their career. Okay? So it's not uncommon that an Israeli entrepreneur will start their career with some telecom company, and 4 years later, or in a fintech company or a digital health company. And a lot of that, as I'm sure you'll understand, is because there are certain horizontal or core skill sets, many of which they're getting from the military, which apply to any given tech sector. So what you saw this last couple of years during COVID is that 300 Israeli companies that initially had nothing to do with Corona, obviously never heard of Corona, and they were able to pivot. And there's a certain agility required, but when they saw this pandemic hitting the world, they were able to pivot and gear their technology some challenge relating to COVID. So for example, if you look at the bottom, under diagnostics, you'll see a company called Salignostics, okay? It's the bottom of the third from the left. That's a little startup in Jerusalem, and they were very busy working on a saliva test for pregnancy. COVID hit, they rallied, and they got a grant from the Health and Human Services Agency in Washington in order to do a series of tests to convert that same very test to be a saliva test for COVID. And I understand it has a promising result. I don't know where it stands today. But this is a map that we're happy to provide you because it really breaks down by sector all the different startups that are in one way or another geared toward COVID. Now, this is something I thought would be interesting for you to look at. It's a slide that our research team updated right in the middle of COVID, late last year, and basically it's an analysis of the different sectors that grew and that did less well during COVID, and as well as kind of a projection comparing it to pre-corona, how these sectors are likely to fare. I mainly wanted to share this with you because as corporates, the corporates that are with us in the audience, I think it's an interesting exercise to do for the Taiwanese ecosystem to take a look at what are your strongest sectors and how they're faring during Corona. Now, if I take a step back and look at the last several years and what are the most iconic exits that have taken place and mergers and IPOs, this is just some examples. And what we have at the top is the multinational that acquired the Israeli company that's in that bar, white. And of course, at the bottom it explains the technology. Now, I'm sure that in Taipei, you must have some users of Waze. That's a crowdsourced navigation app that Google acquired already several years ago. But for me, the one I'd like to put a finger on is Intel and their acquisition of Mobileye almost 4 years ago. Mobileye basically started out as a little chip that you can put in your, install it in your car, and it tells you when you're about to have an accident. Now that evolved into being what they're working on right now, which is to be the brains in the autonomous cars. And this is, of course, the largest at $15 billion. It's the largest tech exit in Israel's history. And what's interesting to note is that the technology was born at Hebrew University. All right, because I know that in Taiwan you've got very strong academic institutions, and that's just another part of the robustness of the ecosystem here. Now, I'm going to spend a couple of minutes on the how, because I think that that's something that people find very relevant in terms of, sort of what this is. It's an interesting story, it's a powerful story, but how did this happen? Now, again, because I think our two countries have a lot in common in terms of how this evolved, I always like to point out that the innovation here was born of necessity. So when the early pioneers of, right after the state of Israel was established in the late 1940s, there were some dire needs, okay? They had swamps to drain, they had malaria epidemics to deal with, they had a growing population to feed, they had jobs to create, and all of that, as I said, from necessity, forced innovative solutions to be born. But it wasn't until years later that they were able to get more concrete about that and actually create teams, which later became companies, that could test, adapt, and develop these very sort of immediate, pinpointed, innovative solutions. And only many years later could they begin to think about exporting some of these solutions. The one that I always like to put a finger on is water, because, like I said, this was a very swampy place. There were almost, when Israel was founded in 1948, there were almost no natural resources, and we're a tiny country. And if you think, it's a whole series of policies and decisions that were made, and it's part of the culture, and there's a lot of innovation. In fact, there's an entire book written about how Israel turned its swampy origins into a country that's today not only exporting water tech solutions, but 87% of our wastewater is being reclaimed. There's a book called Let There Be Water, which is a great story about how all this happened. Now, if I had to say crunch down the story of how it all happened to certain key pillars, these would be the key pillars. The book Startup Nation, which is now out in 30 languages, but is about 11 or 12 years old already, it basically hones in on this as the origins of the story. The role of the immigrants is a serious factor in how this whole thing was born. In the early 90s, we welcomed over 1 million refugees, mainly from the former Soviet Union and some from Ethiopia. And a lot of these immigrants were as scientists and engineers. There was a lot of the core part of the talent base definitely came here in the 90s. There's also the role of government, which today is very specific and very strategic. If you were to ask most Israeli entrepreneurs, how is the role of government in the Israeli ecosystem? They would say that it's great because government largely stays out of their way. The innovation sector is much more competitive, there's lower taxes and so on. But we do have a government, quasi-government agency called the Israel Innovation Authority that is basically dealing with all the policies around the tech sector, and they're mainly investing in R&D. But in the early 90s, it wasn't the case that the government could stay out of the way because there were all these startups that were bubbling up, and there was no venture capital scene. So they basically, the government created a fund called Yozma, that's the name that you see written here, and Yozma was matching funds for VCs from around the world in order to be able to give some oxygen to these startups that were bubbling up. It was about $100 million spread over 10 funds. And then we have the story of the military. Now, what I always say about the military is we have mandatory conscription for all the eligible high school graduates, men and women. I say that I don't wish it on any country because, as you know, there's a reason that we have it. There are very real threats. However, if a country has to have mandatory conscription, I think what Israel has done with it is pretty remarkable. Essentially, you can look at it on two levels. One level is that there are some tech units in the Army. There's these elite tech units in the intelligence. 8200 is one of them. And a lot of the graduates that come out of these units are very tech savvy, let's say. Some of them are quite gifted. And they go on to found some of the most impressive or iconic tech companies. But at the same time, it doesn't matter if you're in an elite tech unit or not. Because whether you're in tanks or in infantry or in a unit that deals with autistic soldiers, and there is such a one, all across the chain of any kind of unit that you're going to be in, you're not only exposed to technology, but you're developing a whole range of soft skills, which we believe are quite relevant to the tech ecosystem. It's things like strategic thinking, leadership training, learning how to take risks. The one that I like, because I actually have 3 teenage daughters who've just finishing their military service, is that it really shows every 18-year-old that they're part of something much larger than just themselves. So if I have to sum up the whole story into one slide, this is that slide. This is, let's just call it an X-ray of the whole tech ecosystem here. I talked about the VC funds and the R&D centers. The accelerators and incubators are an interesting part, increasingly important part of the story, because they're the ones that enable Israeli startups to accelerate. There's a physical space. They get all kinds of mentoring and training, learn how to get their product to fit the market and how to talk to potential investors. MassChallenge, as you probably know, is one of the most well-known accelerators in Israel. Although it is not born here, it was born in Boston, it has become one of the flagship accelerators based here in Jerusalem. And we're very proud that they chose Jerusalem to be their home. And then, of course, there's the role of the universities and the tech transfer organizations that are taking all the, the brilliant IP of the professors out of the university, commercializing it, and then hopefully turning that into startups. So to sum up, we have a rather vibrant tech sector. We have strong tech talent, although not enough, but that's a topic for another day, and a tiny market. So it means that the minute that a startup opens its doors, its conversation is with overseas markets. And that is why Startup Nation Central, which is my organization, was born almost 9 years ago as a way to connect Israeli innovation to global challenges. Now, we do it in a couple of different ways. I'm actually going to have to conclude in a minute, so I'll just do this very briefly. Research and data is at the core of everything that we do. So we have a database. It's called Startup Nation Finder. I can put the URL in the chat here, and that is a mapping of the entire tech sector here in Israel. It's actually, it's startupnationfinder.org. And it is a mapping of the whole tech ecosystem here. And it's got all the startups, all the R&D centers, all the hubs, all the VCs, and so on. And it's a great way to sort of scratch under the hood in terms of learning more about what's happening in a particular sector. We get about 70,000 unique users per month, and most of our traffic is from abroad. Oh, thank you for putting that on. If that was you, Mayan, or Shai. And then we also host mainly Fortune 1000 companies. We were doing it until COVID in person in our headquarters in Tel Aviv. And since COVID, we can do it either in person or online. But we host Fortune 1000 companies that have a particular pain point that they would like to find some solutions in the Israeli tech world. And we do that with a very customized, what we call an innovation engagement, where we introduce the corporates that we're hosting, or it could be government leaders as well, ministers and above, but we introduce them to a whole suite of potential solutions for their pain points. And this obviously requires a lot of back and forth before the company, the C-level visitors arrive in Israel, so that we can be sure that we are customizing the solutions that we want to show. And I'll just end by saying that we are a non-government, non-profit organization. We're 100% supported by philanthropic partners. And if any of you would like to connect and learn more and hear about what we do, by all means, feel free to send me an email, and you can certainly get on our website, which has a lot of information. Thank you for listening to our story. Again, I want to thank MassChallenge for hosting this, because I think it's a powerful way to deepen the conversation between our two ecosystems. Have a great rest of your day.
Thank you, Ms. Singer. Now we have a Q&A session. Again, for the online attendees, if you would like to ask questions verbally, you could press the raise hand button. Otherwise, you could type out the question and we will address it for you.
So I'm unfortunately, I'm only able to take one question. So if there's one question, I would be happy to take it, but unfortunately I need to take a train to Tel Aviv. So.
Yes, is there any question for Ms. Singer? Or we can take the question from the on-site attendees. Anyone? Ms. Singer, your keynote speech is excellent. Perfect. So there's no further question for you. Thank you.
Thank you. Look forward to hearing from any of you that would like to learn more about it. But by all means, I think that inviting you just to look at the Startup Nation Finder is a great way to follow up. So thank you again, and good luck with the rest of the conference.
Thank you very much. Ms. Singer, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, before to our coffee break, we will proceed with our first prize draw activity. I would like to invite Mr. Saleh Lahaf to help us draw 3 lucky winners. Please, Mr. Lahaf. The prize is 3 sets of prestige Taiwanese tea bags from a well-known tea brand, Cha Voyage Fuye Cha, which include 30 tea bags of different Taiwan tea. The first winner is 高妍妍郑维德博士. Please come up the stage. Okay. The second winner is 益安工程顾问有限公司执行经理张德进张经理，请上台。Please come up the stage for your prize. The third winner is welcome 行销公关助理简安琪 Angel Miss Angel. Congratulations. Please come for your prize. Please hold on, and now we'll take a photo together. Yeah, and now we take photo together. Congratulations. Thank you, Mr. Lahab, and congratulations to our winners. Now we will take a 15-minute break. Please be back before 15:20, okay? And now we take a break. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our event. First up, I would like to invite ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our event. Mr. Rubbish. First up, I would like to invite ladies and gentlemen, welcome back to our event. Mr. Rubbish. First up, I would like to invite ladies and gentlemen, now live our event. Mr. Rubbish. First up, I would like to invite ladies and gentlemen, now live our event. Mr. Rubbish. First up, I would like to invite ladies and gentlemen, now live our event. Mr. Rubbish. First up,
Thank you very much. I'm very pleased to be here and be able to tell you a little bit about the logo and about how we are helping e-commerce companies. So let me start with a little bit of background. I would like to share just a few slides, not too many, of course, but actually just one second, just a few slides. Hopefully you can see my screen right now. And to give you a little bit of background about Namogo, who we are, what we do, how we actually emerge into the market, and of course to tell you a bit more about our product and how we help e-commerce companies. So just to give you a bit of a background very quickly, essentially Namogo is an Israeli-based startup that was established back in 2014, so we have been around for the last few years. The startup was established by two founders, Chemi and Oad. Both of them are actually part of the company. Chemi is the CEO and Oad is the CTO, so they're very hands-on. And the way we emerged into the market back in 2014 until today, basically, is we understood that there was a phenomenon, especially and specifically in the e-commerce domain, and we understood that a lot of e-commerce companies are actually forfeiting a certain portion, very substantial actually portion of their potential revenue because of a specific phenomenon called customer hijacking. Just to give you a quick example without going into too many technical details today, think about yourself browsing in your favorite website, essentially picking up products into your cart, and all of a sudden there's a pop-up or an ad that's being injected into your web browser. It looks very legitimate. You click on it and basically are redirected to a different website, which means that this is a potential revenue loss for the e-commerce company, which is our customer. So we found a way to prevent it, and this is how we emerged into the market. The first product we came up to the market with was CHP, which stands for Customer Hijacking Prevention. We found several different ways to prevent such hijacks. We are working with many multiple big brands, specifically in the US and EMEA, which we have a very substantial install base. So you can see a few examples on the slide I'm just now presenting. Companies like ASOS and JCPenney and Lenovo and H&M. We also have a pretty substantial install base in EMEA. We just recently partnered up with EasyWall, which I'm sure you heard about. So these are the sorts of companies we're working with and helping them to recuperate this potentially lost revenue. So kind of fast forward to 2020, almost 2 years ago, in the beginning of 2020, our founders made a few decisions, and one of them was to expand our product portfolio. And we were able to acquire a smaller startup, also an Israeli smaller startup named Personali. And they had a very specific and very advanced technology around personalization of customers' experience on e-commerce websites. So we took their technology and we embedded it into our stack. And this is how we actually came up with a new product. It's not as new. Basically, we're running with it for 2 years now, but newer than CHP, and this is IBP. So IBP stands for Intent-Based Promotions. We are catering to the same verticals in the e-commerce domain, right? It's the same end customers which are using CHP, but we are solving a totally different problem statement. And I want to define this problem statement. Essentially, what we do for our customers with IBP is that we help them to strategize their promotion campaigns, but the result, the end game, is to help them to generate more revenue by reducing the discount levels they're giving away to their shoppers, and by that increasing their margins, but also being able to increase their conversion rates. More people, more visitors coming to their website actually end up converting, buying on their website. And I want to kind of explain what is the exact challenge we are helping our customers with. So we know for a fact the vast majority of the e-commerce websites, companies, they do promotion some way or another. Unless they are specifically very serious luxury brands which do not like to discount, but most of them do, and they don't really necessarily like their own promotions. Various reasons. It hurts their brand perception. It actually hurts their margins. So what we usually see is that either they're running too many, too few, or not necessarily the right type of promotions. When we start working with such companies, we see different case scenarios. I would say that two main case scenarios is what we see. One, they usually work with e-commerce consultancies, digital agencies, and so on and so forth. Whereas they invest a lot of budget and effort in driving traffic to their websites, which means the top of the funnel, right? I'm driving a lot of traffic to the website, which is super important, of course, but not as much as uplifting the conversion rate, making sure that this traffic that is coming, we enhance the probability for them to end up buying on the customer's website. And this is where we come into the picture, because the agencies, usually what they do, they invest a certain percentage of their budget driving traffic from various channels like Facebook and Instagram and Google, and there are many channels that I'm sure, and I know for the fact that in Asia, in APAC as a whole, there are also channels which are APAC specific, and only makes sense to incentivize these shoppers to actually buy by giving them discount percentages because they came from certain channels. The other case scenario which we see, by the way, we call it segmentation, right? In any way, it's not personalization, it's not personalized. Think about it this way: it doesn't matter who you are, what's your intention to buy on the customer's website. We're going to give you the same discount percentage on the account that you came from Facebook, right? So this is segmentation, no way it's personalization. If we're looking at a different case scenario, we do see some companies which are working with software solutions which are rule-based. Rule-based software solutions are great. It means that we have predefined rules, triggers. Think about yourself picking up products to your cart, and before you end up buying, there is a pop-up saying, you move your cursor to the exit button, there's a pop-up saying, hey, if you end up buying right now, I'll give you 10% off. This is great, you just triggered a predefined rule, but then again, this is not personalized, because I'll do this action, we will essentially trigger the same rule. And this is where we come and say, hey, we offer a different perspective of doing things, right? And this is our solution. So the way that we offer to run promotions is very different than what we usually see when we come up with customers. Is by trying to analyze their intent, each shopper's intent on the visit level, and understand what exactly this shopper is looking for, in a sense of what will actually be the nudge that will actually make him buy, right? It might be that a certain shopper has a very high intentions to buy anyway, so he does not need any discount, so why would I give him a discount? Some will need a very low discount, and some will need the maximum discount, and that's okay. I want to give a very quick example. Think about yourself. We know as a fact, especially in our generation, people always have a certain intent to buy things, right? A new laptop, a new mobile device, new shoes, new clothes, whatever, but we always think about the next thing we're going to buy. We go online, we research it, we check the prices in the different stores and different retailers. We know what to expect even before we make the decision, okay, I'm going to buy this product right now. So let's say you want to buy a new laptop, you go to your favorite electronic shop, say it's a physical shop for now, for the sake of this example. You pick up the product, you look at the price, hey, I knew what to expect. You go to the cashier, she tells you, you have 10% off. And this is where we ask ourselves, why, right? You were willing to buy this product without any discount at all. Me giving you 10% off actually meant that I'm losing a certain margin percentage. Now this time, same situation, in different circumstances, you're in the same shop, you pick up the product, but only this time you see that the price is a bit more than what you imagine. And there's a shopper that seller jumping in front of you and telling you, listen, if you end up buying right now, I'll give you 10% off. What just happened is that specifically for you, right? You end up buying the product, there was no discount on the product in the shop, but he wanted you to buy. And I want you to take this sentiment and basically understand that this is what we are doing, but we are doing it technology-based, right? What we do is that we collect data points. In any way, we do not collect cookies, which is a very big and unique advantage right now, because most of the rule-based engines are, and we know that cookie collection is becoming very hard. In most of the countries, in most of the websites, you need to accept cookie collection. If you don't, it means that the cookies is not effective. We do not. We do collect data points. Once the shopper is on the e-commerce website, we are able to understand, for example, we divide it into family types, device-related, internet connection-related, behavior-related. We analyze all these data points. For example, what is the device the shopper is using, which module is it? Is it the premium device or a low-level device? We found a very big correlation between the premiumness of the device and the probability for a certain shopper to end up buying on your website, which makes sense if you come to think about it. So we analyze all this. Essentially, we have a machine learning algorithm, and we have an artificial intelligence to take all this information, time shoppers in real time, and make a decision. And I want to explain what kind of decision I'm referring to. So wherever you were used to, as an e-commerce operator, right, as an e-commerce website, you were used to give 10% off or 15% off across the board for anyone, or maybe specific traffic coming from a specific channel. We say, hey, let us try and analyze the intent of each shopper, and the machine learning, collecting all this information, will help the artificial intelligence to decide what would it take for a certain shopper to convert, right? Some will get no discount, some will get the low discount, some will get the maximum discount, but the end game is that we are able to decrease the discount levels at around 50%. This is what we usually see during trials, right? Which means that we are actually generating more margins, more net new revenue for the e-commerce website. So this is one. But I think the nice thing about it is that this is not the only way we are able to generate more revenue to our customers. It's also because we personalize the experience, the journey on the visit level, we're able to increase the conversion rate. So looking at these two parameters, essentially, we are able to increase the conversion rate. Basically, more percentage of visitors are ending up buying on your website, and we're able to decrease the discount levels in the sense that it's going to be around 50% off than what it used to be before we integrated our solution. So this is a little bit about IBP and how this works. I just want to make sure that we are okay with our time. I would like to maybe take 2 more minutes to show the forum the actual solution. I'm not going to go into length about it. Just 1 second. Just 1 moment. So I just want to take 2 more minutes, and then we're going to open the stage for questions, of course. And I promise this will be pretty brief. So let me just reshare my screen. There we go. Great. I haven't mentioned this before, but this is a fully SaaS-based solution, which means that there is no installation, so to say, from the customer side. There is an integration. I'm sure that the forum that's coming from the e-commerce domain knows that there are bespoking big e-commerce platforms like Shopify and Magento, and of course many more. One second. I think we have a little bit of background noise. Cool. There are e-commerce platforms like Shopify and Magento, and of course also local APAC-related e-commerce platforms. If a certain e-commerce e-commerce website is running on one of them, we have built-in integration. All the integration efforts are done by our technical team, and it takes around 1 day to integrate the solution. This solution was specifically built for marketeers, which means that essentially you don't have to be technical to operate IVP, right? I want to show you two things very briefly. One is what kind of information, what kind of basically dashboards you are getting your access to, right? So you can see that as a marketer, once you run a promotion campaign using IVP, you're going to be able to see and kind of benchmark all the stats of your promotion campaign, starting from conversion rate, AOV. Here, this is a very interesting point because we see that the maximum allowed discount on this campaign is 12%, and actually the actual discount average is now 6.7. This is the number of transactions made since the beginning of the promotion, 5,802 number of transactions made, with a saved margin of $43,000, right? So essentially what we did, we took the $43,000 from the promotion cost and we added it into the promotion revenue, right? The campaign revenue. So you have a bit more information on here again because we are short in time. I'm not going to go over everything, but this is the dashboard, and it's a dynamic dashboard that's being updated during a few times during the day. And last thing I want to show you again, not to really go through the whole process, but just to give you a glimpse of how it looks like, is how easy it is to actually launch and generate a campaign as a marketer, not as a pre-sale or a technical PS person, using IVP, right? So it's just a few steps. You define the campaign goal, say it's going to be conversion rates. You define that you want to base it as a campaign type on discounts. You can choose the color of the coupon. You can essentially choose the template, right? We have out-of-the-box templates, which means that you don't need to have a designer next to you in order to import templates into the solution. And then, last but not least, again, not going through everything, this is where you define all the settings of the campaign, right? So it's super flexible. You can define who you want to be impacted, which percentage, returning user, returning shoppers, new shoppers, in what case scenario you want to present. Would it be for any case scenario above a certain cart value and so on and so forth. So this is what I wanted to show you. I'm going to pause here and see if you have questions. Really feel free to ask anything about the solution, about the company. Stage is yours. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ravish. We will now take questions. This time we will take questions from the on-site attendees. Is there any question? Please.
Hi, Ms. Kobe. I wonder how do you help your customers to evaluate moderate promotion activities, either not too few or too many? Thanks.
Sure. So thank you very much for this question. That's a great question. So let me explain how we usually are running this process. So we offer 2 weeks of trial where each customer, any customer, doesn't matter which vertical it is coming from, is able to integrate the solution. As I said, the integration is very seamless, especially if you are integrated already to an e-commerce platform like Shopify or Magento. So with that being said, the effort is very minimal. Once we do the integration, which takes again around 1 day, we are able to really benchmark whatever statistics the customer had before the integration of our solution and essentially compare to what we are getting once the solution is integrated. So for example, we know exactly what was the conversion rate of the customer website before we integrated, and we can actually benchmark it with the new conversion. We know what was the discount level before we integrated our solution, and we can benchmark our current actual discount level, discount average. And this is very quantifiable to the dollar amount, right? Because I'm going to give you a quick example. I was just working with a South Korean brand, not too big, not too small, 2,000 orders per month, and they are $1.5 million business revenue per year for the whole annum, and we were able to show them around. Before the integration, their discount average was around 13%, right? This is what was their average. Their maximum allowed discount was 20%, actually. Okay, so we integrated our solution. Within 2 weeks of trial, we were able to decrease their discount levels to below 5%. Why 5%? The minimum allowed discount was 5%, but there are many visitors that ended up buying and didn't need any discount at all, right? They were used to giving discounts to everyone. So we were actually able to decrease the discount average to below 5%. And that meant, if we quantify it to the dollar amount, more than $7,000 per the 2 weeks. If we do the quick math, it's around $15,000. And really fast forward with the math here, it's around 18-19% additional revenue to this brand, right? After 2 weeks of trial, we were able to prove it. The numbers tell our story, of course. So hopefully I answered your question.
Thank you again, Mr. Lezorovich. Goodbye. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up, we have a Taiwan stop. Please join me in welcoming Mr. Kren Wang, VP Business Development from AU Technology. Here. Welcome, Mr. Wang. Sorry.
Hi, afternoon, everyone. First of all, I want to just say thank you, Chen Zhen and Dager. So I'm here to represent the our CEO, Mike Lin, and he cannot be able to show up today, so I'm here to represent him and to share about our story. Okay. So we have 3 offices right now, Taipei, Jiayi, and one in Japan. We actually just launched our Japan business just 12 months. And first of all, share with you guys about our vision and actually what we do. We basically help business to connect intention across the conversion funnel. So basically, we're actually a multi-business, multi-startup. We do multi-services, and we help our clients, mostly retailer clients for now, to actually drive the traffic coming in and increase the conversion rate. And in the end of the day, that when people leave the platform, doesn't matter if they shop or not, we invite them to come back. Okay, so by all the services outside the world, a lot of services actually have the same answer. So we actually see some of the gap that for the modern technology. So we actually found out that we have something to help all the retailers to solve this question, and we actually come up a solution called PDP. The full name is Product Data Platform. And so before we jump into PDP, so first of all, let me actually address the question, address the gap or the challenge I just shared previously. And next page, please. Okay, so this is what most of the retailers right now is using. They always try all the best to actually cover every individual customers, their profiling, their age, their gender, whether they have kids, whether they have dogs or pets, and their customer journeys, and whether they buy this milk this day and buy the tissue that day, whether they actually press the email or not. Everything is actually carved out every individual consumer, what they do and what they don't do. Next page, please. However, I think this one is for those who familiar with the internet business. You guys all know about the GDPR, all know about the privacy issue. So right now, before, right, even doesn't matter if you log in or not, you just log on the website by using your cell phone, by using your browser, then the retailers or the advertising technology company know who you are. They may not know your name, but they know your ID, right? It's a digital ID. They can track you across different domain, different devices. That's before. As soon as this is happening right now it's on page, then right now everyone is given a consent. If you say no, then no one can track it. The same thing as on application. Right now, I think everyone knows that on iOS, on Android, there's a pop-up saying that whether you allow this app to actually share your behavior outside of this app user journey. If you say no, then all of this tracking is gone. Right? So the previous page, all of this user consumer tracking across the site, based on this page right here, the penetration becomes much lower based on the most updated research that every 100 trackable ID before now is less than 15. So meaning if you run advertising, then your performance will down by at least 85%, only 15% of what before. Okay, next page please. So, but nevertheless, all of those user tracking, yes, if user login, then yes, it's definitely necessary. It's definitely very important. I was talking about if user doesn't log in and if user doesn't allow you to track, then the performance becomes very bad, right? So even user login coming in, but the data source compared with the before the user, that you can track the user, the data becomes much smaller. So when the data becomes smaller, then you know the intent also become less. That's why I was saying that there's a lacking customer-based data because of the worst, then it will lead to the worst product recommendation. So you know all this people, channel, schedule. What about the product? And next page, please. Next. And that's why we come up with this. Okay. So we basically combine this product data platform in 3 modules. First one is we extract the product characteristics. Number 2 is that we base on these characteristics to carve out shopper intent. And lastly is that we apply those intent to start using the product recommendation. So let me do a quick one. This is a shoe, right? The sports shoe. For the usual data platform, they will say this product ID, this price, this product name, description. And if some of the data platform will start to carve out some of the product, we call it the product tags, whereas the product characteristics based on the description. This is first layer some people have been doing. The second layer has become less and less people doing it. We're one of the very few. We actually combine how people will actually describe this product on social media, how people will actually put in the search keywords from Google search to describe this product. So some of the slangs, some of the nicknames, we start to capture it. That's second layer. That's already become very few people doing it. And the third layer, even much few people doing it, or services doing it, is actually doing image recognition. So some people will wear the shoes to running, but a lot more people wear this sports shoe to actually, represent a type of style, type of fashion. So we actually put some of the stylish or the fashion style tag into this product. So first layer, you have all the description right here to carve out. The second and third layer, nothing of the tags is showing up in here, but we actually can successfully put it in and it has a user intent. Next page. And with all these more sophisticated, more updated, uptrend characteristics, then we can do a connection. If you want to do the running style, then these glasses with running style, this shoe or this clothes with running style can actually combine together, become a outfit, right? Become a style outfit. Then we start to carve out the consumer intent. Say this consumer is very much of the running style. Then we give them this kind of glasses and this kind of t-shirts, and But the best of all is that this is not number one ID. This is one ID with multiple tags. So we're actually putting a lot of additional information inside the database. Okay? And finally is that, next page please. Finally is that once you know this, then start the recommendation become very natural. You put this pillow and you put this lights, you put this that. Then at the end of the day, we know that you have like kind of style with the style. Then when I say, okay, what about sofa? When we're putting the sofa with a relative related style inside, then you'll more or less that at least you'll be interested. Okay, that's the basic logic of our recommendation. Next page, please. With all that PDP, part of their platform, then we actually apply that into our marketing platform, our marketing platform. Next page. The marketing platform, we, like I said, across the funnel, right? It's a traffic engine. You acquire the customer in. And please, next page. Okay, so all this SEO, and we can put the product together. We drive the new users, and you come in, then you drive conversion rate, and then last but not least, we actually have the customer to retain back. So this is a quick result. Our page view up by 3 times, and our conversion rate will also up by 3 times. Next page. And finally, even if you want to do the push message, next page please, you can combine your existing customer data platform. Next page. So this is the data you have, transaction data. You can actually share your transaction data to our PDP. And then we start to put in those meaningful tags for you. And then you use those meaningful platform tags can actually come up with a even much more sophisticated landing page with much more better conversion rate. They even can drive the new user. Then it becomes a holistic view. Not only the customer base, but also the product base. Then your marketing campaign becomes much, much more powerful. Okay? And this is just a one snapshot summary. Doesn't matter if you log in or not. Then we can actually help you out. Okay. So the final 3 minutes, just to share with you about our next page. So usually people do this, right? So saying that, okay, so most people, we research most of the services to do more of the search or MarTech, and then some of them are doing the publisher, but we're actually in this side. So we're not only focusing on the commerce, we're also trying to put in a lot of intellectual prediction. Okay? And this is so far next page. This is so far our sales forecast, and we're very confident that we're gonna hit 10 million by next year. And finally, that we're actually in this stage, and we're putting more effort right now to put into omni-channel, including offline. Finally, we're trying to actually develop our own flock, value learning cohort, to actually even do a cross-domain, cross-channel marketing without jeopardizing the user privacy. Okay. Finally, we really would like to introduce a democratized AI solution for all business in order to connect the user intention. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr. Wang. We will now take questions. This time, we will take questions from the online attendees. Come up online. Okay, Mr. A, you have a question, right? Now, please, you can open your camera and microphone to ask your question.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, so it seems that the industry of your clients are quite diverse, like cosmetic or fashion or even sport equipment. So my question is, do you have a standard procedure applied to all clients, or do you need to customize for each client?
Okay, so let me do a quick answer from here. So the answer is yes and no. Yes is that we do have a standard procedure to actually help different sector, different industry sector of the retail client, because that we actually noticed that the customer behavior is actually unified across the industry or even across the globe. Okay, so the answer is yes. No is that because different sector will have different slangs or nicknames. So from those product tags, we need to do a certain customization so that those tags become much more meaningful. The meaningful tags will increase the conversion rate and increase the click rate. So that no part is to actually deep dive. We actually have some industry guru, industry for the cosmetics, industry for sports, industry for travel, for example, so that we know that for this kind of product, that we learn, the human learn together with AI. Actually, human will train AI to say that you should put this product tags, especially in this industry. So that's the customer part. But once the data is clean out, then the recommendation engine, all of the engine are actually unified. Thank you.
Any questions? No. Okay. Thank you.
Thank you for the time. Thank you.
Mr. Wong gave us very awesome answer. And next we have a startup joining us online, live from Israel. Let's welcome Mr. Shai Shahar, co-founder from Polygreen. Please, Mr. Shai Shahar.
Hello, can you hear me? Hello? Okay. So, hi everybody. I was in the last two lectures, so they were about digital economy, so I guess I'm a bit different, and seems to be also an interest on some green economy issues. So I will quickly present our company. We are a Polygreen group. We are doing eco-absorbent technology. Absorbency, of course, is a general need in society. So I will say a few words about the company, what we do, and then we'll be, of course, open for questions. Our company mission is to solve environmental challenges with green chemistry and product excellence. Our company was founded in 2016, and we developed and scaled a proprietary green absorbent technology, material and production process. Very strong IP, support from both Israeli and European innovation authorities, and actually a production scale facility with 21 employees. And what we like to say about ourselves, that what we are doing is helping a corporate to meet their ESG goals, which I'm sure everybody is familiar with. So about our market and market pain, actually, hygiene is mainly what we are dealing with, is a great pain in the market. There are about 657 billion disposable personal hygiene products produced every year and used, and most of them contain a material called super absorbent polymer, or SAP. SAP is actually the active ingredient. And this is actually 6% of the residential disposable, the second largest segment after packaging. And of course, like any other plastic, ends up sometimes in the sea, rivers and sea. Until recently, the countries like US, Europe, were actually sending the plastic to Southeast Asia. China has banned it in 2018, and the rest of the country will probably soon do it also. And then it becomes back a problem of the Western world. And also the regulatory landscape is changing very fast, and everybody now talks about plastic toxicity taxes. if you're Procter & Gamble and you're creating plastic, it's your problem. It's not only the consumer problem. Few words about SAP. SAP is again active ingredient and absorb about 100 to 50 gram per gram its own weight. Depends if it's liquid with salt or not. Most of us know it as the active ingredient within any diaper. It's a over $9 billion industry, and there is additional usage for this product in agriculture, packaging, and wound dressing, and everything that needs to absorb a water-based liquid. Currently, in terms of waste management, 79% of the waste ending up in landfill. In the OECD countries, it's 40%. In the EU, it's 25%. What is our innovation? First of all, it's green chemistry, a bio-sub molecule material. It's skin-friendly and has no toxic residual. We meet the personal hygiene market performance requirement, and we have a widely available feedstock and competitive manufacturing cost base. The second part of innovation is what we call product excellence. We have novel product forms, not just a granulated powder where how the industry is regular or used to get the product, but also additional forms. And those forms enable weight reduction or tailor-made high-end applications, and also novel simulation and control release feature for different active materials. On the right lower side, you can see the European Waste Management Framework directive that we follow. And our, let's say, message to the world is that we are following this, and we are also providing the reduce effect, the recycle effect, and also the landfill effect by being biodegradable. And we target a few different industries. All of them are with the same core polymer technology. For the hygiene, the crop protection, the advanced wound dressing, agri-tech, and packaging. With all of them, we have some kind of MVP with the customers. This is our team, chemists, chemical engineers, and mechanical engineers, and from the business development side. And basically, in very short time, this is it. And I'm open to questions.
Next session for on-site attendees. Any questions? If there are no any further question, we thank you, Mr. Shai Shahar, for joining us today. Next up, I will thank you. Thank you very much. Next up, I would like to invite Ms. Kathy Ling, Marketing Director from Taiwan, to share some experiences with us. Welcome, Ms. Ling. Now I would like to invite the staff team Welcome Technology. Please join me to welcome Ms. Michelle Huang, Chief Strategy Officer from Welcome Technology, to share some experiences with us. Welcome, Ms. Huang.
Good morning, Israel, and good afternoon here in Taiwan, Taipei. My name is Michelle. I am the Chief Strategy Officer from Webcom Technology. So today I will be sharing with you about who is Webcom Technology and how do we assist everybody on the digital transformation journey. So in short, Webcom Technology is your best strategic partner on the way to digital transformation. And why is that? Let's just walk through a short story. This is our references customer here in Taiwan, and also we are looking forward to walk to Israel to have more cooperation. So first, try to imagine, let's get back to 40 years ago. When we borrow $1,000 from your friends, however, due to some reason, you are not able to meet with him face to face, how can you return the money to him? 40 years ago, we need to walk out from your home to a real physical bank just to wait in line and to get all the paperwork done. Within like a half day, you can only finally transfer your $1,000 to your friend. 30 years ago, ATM shows up. That's the time you can walk out nearby your home and to do the money transfer. But still, it takes time, and it's very lousy for you. 10 years ago, as the internet goes up, here we are. We have internet banking shows up. So now you can open up your notebook, your laptop at your home and to do the transfer. However, 5 years ago, mobile device shows up. I believe everyone here, you should have a mobile device with you nearby. So now you can easily just sit here and transfer the money back to your friends within easy and faster way. But still, 5 years ago, security is not that as simple as here now we are. Considering about the eKYC or considering about the internet digitalization world, identity means a lot for everyone online. And that's why now we are standing at this moment by leveraging like FIDO solution. And what is FIDO? It's a global alliance from like Google, Amazon, Facebook, and of course, Webcom Technology is one of the members here. So by developing the spec of FIDO, we can now enable everyone using the mobile device with passwordless solution by your fingerprint or your facial recognition. In that way, we can ensure your security is well protected and to make sure that your account will not be hacked. Okay, so to be precisely, when we are talking about digital transformation, there are 3 steps. First, what do? As I mentioned, internet banking and mobile banking, that's what the first step, Webcom build up and to assist our financial institutions' success to make their business online. And based on that information, security means everything when we are talking about digitization. Second step, we're talking about digital optimization. And finally, we talk about digital transformation. So to think back to 40 years ago till now, let's see, digital transformation occurs everywhere in your life and my life. That is to leverage new technology and to make our business and our life simpler, easier, and more user-friendly. So here we go. How do we support our customer? By second step, that's we call digital optimization. This is how we done. By this reference, we implement so-called the RPA solution with robotic process automation. We successfully assist our customer to shorten their process for the remittance process from 5 hours per day into 20 minutes. So we secure their operation to do more valuable work and to reduce their time on paperwork or to waste their time due to the process needs. Second thing, not only in the financial institution, we also help like retail and manufacturing companies to leverage digital transformation on the way for smart manufacturing. What do we do in retail? We leverage an app with the membership card inside and with the payment with the online shopping. So we help them to transfer their business into originally only offline. You can only walk into a real store and to buy everything you want. But after COVID-19, it's not that convenient for everybody to walk out. This moment, with this app, you can buy anything on the internet. And not to mention, today is November 11, which is the shopping day to the especially Asia time. So within this app, we successfully help our customer to increase their customer satisfaction. And also, they build the trust with their customer to leverage the membership card to bundle other marketing campaign to ensure their customer stay in their platform. Finally, we talk about a movie theater. How do we help a movie theater to do the transformation? Before APP Online, every audience who wants to go to the movie theater can only go out like 2 hours or 3 hours ahead. And you have to go to the theater to line up in line to buy the tickets. Not to mention, after you buy the ticket, you will go to a popcorn store. But when you are at the popcorn store, you need to worry about your paper ticket to get lost on the way. Within the app, you don't need to go out that early. You can just go out at the right time. And simultaneously, when you arrive to the movie theater, just open up your app, and then you can do everything just to check in within your mobile device. That is the way to do the paperless in the world. So eventually, what we are talking about the 3 steps. First, to do the digitization, that is the platform, which we mentioned about security is the fundamental technology we need to do. Second thing, when we are talking about the optimization world, what happens? We help you by leveraging the right technology and by leveraging public cloud or on-prem cloud to count the best ROI for your interests and to save by consultancy to understand your process and to make the best operation or user-friendly interface to your service to your customer. Finally, when we are talking about digital transformation, the most important thing is to help you to make the right decision. How do we make that happen? We ensure you get the right data with the right AI to make your decision at the right time with the right way. So that is why we mentioned about Welcome Technology has a data scientist team to assist you from 360 degree to review your data and to make sure we can get you the right data to make the right decision. So to sum up, if you need to do digital transformation, it doesn't matter which step you are, just come and find us. And we will be with you at the right time, with the right moment. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Huang, and please stay because we have an online question for you. And this is a question. As you mentioned, one of the products/solution of Webcom is FIDO, right? And now, how could FIDO be used in the manufacture scenario?
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, so to be easy way to understand what is FIDO, when you need a place to key in your password, you can leverage your FIDO. FIDO is a passwordless identification solution to enable you in everywhere when you need an account and you need to key in the password. The password can be hacked, password can be stolen, password can be forgotten. What cannot be forgotten or stolen? Your fingerprint, your facial recognition. So what FIDO do is to leverage the new technology to make sure the security level is higher. So to be in like manufacturing, we talk about like how to get remote access into your company's profile. We can leverage FIDO to bundle into like VPN or relative solution. In the spots or the manufacturing step, we can also combine this to make sure the security level is higher. Thank you.
Thank you for your answer. And we have any questions? No? Okay, thank you, Ms. Huang again.
Yeah.
Thank you. Next, we have Mr. Oded Harriman, CEO and co-founder from Oculus. Mr. Harriman is already live online with us. Let's welcome Mr. Harriman.
Everyone, how are you? Great to be here with you. We'll speak today about Oculus and provide you some more information about who we are and what we do. So I'll start by providing you more information about secrets. What secrets are, not necessarily the one that we hide from ourselves or friends or family, rather than authentication and authorization objects that are being used among any computerized environments. So I'll just click on this and you'll be able to see my screen better. Those kind of authentication, authorization, and validation objects are being used within identity authentication, both between human to machines, right, when you're using password, or between machine to machine. Every machine that needs to communicate with each other, they need to identify. It needs to identify itself. So the names of it, and I'm speaking here about environments of DevOps and IT and cloud. So those kind of objects, so secrets are API keys, SSH keys, database credentials, encryption keys in data protection use cases, signing keys, certificates, and names as such. So for whom of you that are familiar with that world, this is exactly what we're talking about, and those are secrets. The problem with secrets is just in the last few years we've seen a massive increase in the number of those. So if, going back 10 years ago, before the cloud arrived and completely changed the way that data centers and all the entire information security, information technologies are currently working in the world. So beforehand, what happened is that we've had more employees on an average company than actual servers and computers, right? And now what happened with the shift and the change of the cloud, we're having more components of computers, servers, microservices, containers, and terms as such, more of them than employees. And as this is again as a result of the cloud transformation, the way that software is being developed today actually requires much more small components rather than one monolith of software binaries. And automation is being used much more than we have a few years ago. So this is the change that has happened. Now the number is not the problem, rather than the fact that those secrets, which are very much important, obviously, because if someone is stealing that secret, they can identify themselves as that identity, right? They can steal your identity, they can steal the server's identity, they would be able to open up to decrypt certain data, and so on. So this is basically what you see in front of you would demonstrate the fact that secrets are a massive sprawl today, and secrets can be found on a lot of source codes and scripts for that end, and obviously platforms such as Kubernetes and CI/CD processes, DevOps processes, in case you're familiar with, and this is where they are. Now the problem is with operationally, obviously to manage all of those, because the number of those secrets became so big. And then it's not just about managing them and understanding where they are, it's also to be able to protect the potential leak. And we've seen a lot of examples where secrets have been leaked. There's Equifax, Mercedes, United Nations attack, there's all kind of those, and we see them basically every month today. So secrets tend to leak, and there's also a problem of managing those secrets in a mission-critical manner, in high availability, because for a computer, if it doesn't get the secret that it needs in order to authenticate to others, then those computers would not be able to actually to operate. So it means that your production environment, the whole system that actually runs your information systems, they cannot operate without having a secrets management system. Now today, Gartner, being a very important analyst firm in the world, they have recognized that secrets management is a critical component within any cloud environment, DevOps, and DevSecOps. So now today it is clear. So I'll pause here and just quickly go to Achilles Fold platform, which is our platform. What we've basically built is an all-in-one solution to manage any type of those type of secrets. So for whom of you that might be familiar with this world, this is a combination of key management system together with credentials management, secrets management, some scenarios of privileged access management and secure remote access, certificate automation, and all of those all together in one system. Now we are a SaaS native company. We do have the ability to extend our service to the general environments of the customers, which is on-prem environments, private cloud, and so on. But SaaS basically means that the customers do not need to deploy anything on top of their environment. So we are running all the infrastructure, we're making all the replication, high availability, backup, whatever is needed, and the customers don't really need to do so. Now, our service is globally available around the world with multiple regions and multiple cloud providers. And the level of service that we provide is 4 nines availability, which is considered to be very high. Now, the reason that we're able to provide such a service, where we're basically, think of it, we're telling people, we're telling organizations, we're saying, hey, it's okay, you can keep your secrets with us, with the Achilles, right? The fact that we're able to say it and to secure those secrets is as a result of our patented technology named Achilles DFC. I'll tell you very quickly about it specifically. Achilles DFC is called distributed fragment cryptography, and it allows us the ability to manage those secrets and keys without us having the ability to access them. Okay, so we cannot encrypt the secrets of our customers, and we cannot, in any way, we cannot access their encryption keys. The way that it works, briefly, is that Achilles have the ability to run cryptography using fragments of encryption keys without ever combining them. So think of it, we are not in any way working with encryption keys as whole rather than fragments. Those are fragments that are created on different regions and cloud providers. They are constantly refreshing the mathematical value, and eventually the encryption process takes place on the customer end. So there's another element, another fragment on the customer side. We are not the ones to basically perform the encryption, and we don't have all the fragments, and this is why we have zero knowledge of the secrets and the keys. That technology is approved, certified, and validated by the US NIST for high level of cryptography named FIPS 140-2. It's a high level certification. So since we are managing the secrets and we do not have the ability to actually access them, it means that we can provide a lot of different use cases on top of one platform. The first and most famous use case is secrets management, which for whom of you are aware of this market, we're competing hard with a company named HashiCorp, a product named Vault. So HashiCorp Vault is our main competitor, and we've been very successful with winning POCs versus that product. We've seen great traction during our last years of sales. And the reason is because that our product is being built as is something that is very much easier to use, faster to production, obviously, easier to configure with a stronger model, as mentioned in terms of security. And I'll speak more about the TCO later on. Anyway, so secrets management, to make it very quick, is basically the ability to fetch those different credentials whenever they're being needed within the application itself. An application can be Kubernetes spot, it can be a Jenkins server for CI/CD and DevOps operations and automation, where eventually you don't want to have those credentials within those servers rather than fetching them on real time. And real time means EQless. EQless is the one to protect those secrets, to encrypt them, and then the ability to provide it to the customer application itself, so that the application would be able to communicate and authenticate to other parties. This is the main thing. We provide a lot of plugins that we connect into the infrastructure, and we're able to provide SDKs and APIs and whatever needed in order to connect with the computerized environment for the DevOps pipeline and so on, and whatever needed on that end. So I'm skipping on this. I just want to provide some, maybe some quick more notes about what else that we provide. The second offering that we provide is secure remote access. Basically, this is a very secured way to provide access for engineers, contractors, finance people, marketing people, DevOps people, whoever is required to work from home, right? So today, even in COVID days, a lot of people are working from home, and there's a question around how to provide secure access to the internal resources of the organization. There are all kinds of solutions today. Some of them are very cumbersome. Some of them are just not wide enough in terms of functionality. So basically, what we provide is a very convenient way to secure the whole access scenarios by providing a seamless experience using native tools on your workstations, and without complicating things. I will just say that everything is recorded on that end, so that later on security people can basically understand exactly what happens, and also everything is based on just-in-time temporary credentials, aka dynamic sequence. Yeah, I think I'll pause here for any questions if you might have. Maybe two last sentences on that end. For whom of you who are familiar with zero trust initiatives and frameworks, our technology, based on those two products that I mentioned and one platform, is able to provide zero trust access, basically 360 degrees around those, by providing just-in-time access, zero trust, and zero standing privileges, where we're able to manage in one repository the access permissions, both for machine-to-machine interaction and human-to-machine interaction, and to provide a complete security sphere mechanism and secure mechanism for those types of scenarios. On top of it, insights and analytics that we provide, so every organization can basically understand, security people and DevOps people can basically understand how secrets are being managed today, where they are, and whether they are safe or not. Last thing here, just to keep you in mind, we're certified for SOC 2 Type 2, ISO FIPS as I've mentioned, and this is how we are providing our service. Last thing, you're all invited, for who that are interested more to learn more about it. Next week in New York, we're going to have our own conference in person as well as virtually, named Secrets Management Reimagined, KeyConf for that sense. We're doing that with our partners, Red Hat, Venafi, Progress, some customers, Cypress, Crown Foster, a large insurance company in the US, and many others. So all of those you can see in front of you. There's the former NSA director who's going to speak there, Mike Rogers, a very famous also analyst by Forrester named Dr. Chase Cunningham, Dr. Zero Trust, and end up here. Thank you for your time. I'll be happy to answer any of your questions.
Thank you, Mr. Harlan. We will now take questions. This time we will take questions from the on-site attendees. Anyone? Anyone has question? Or we can open the question for online attendees. Payson, please open your camera and your microphone, and you may ask your question.
Wait a moment, my camera not allow me to. Hi, thank you for your sharing. And I have a question. Like cybersecurity is a very important matter for the government, as there are many cyber attacks targeting the government. Have you had any cybersecurity projects with the government departments?
Okay, got it. So the question is about having us to have projects with the government. So as of the moment, we are very much focused on the private sector and providing our service from the cloud. If there's any specific need by a certain government, we will be able to demo and go into the process. But up until today, we're very focused on the private sector. There's a great demand there all around the world.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Thank you very much for your time. It's been a pleasure. Take care.
Thank you, Payson and Audit. Thank you. Okay, we say goodbye to Mr. Harriman again. Goodbye. Thank you. Next, I would like to invite the last stop team of today. Please join me to welcome Miss Kathy Lang, Marketing Director from Carmel, to share some experiences with us. Welcome, Ms. Lang.
Hello, everyone. Thank you. Special thanks to JR for the invitation for this event. I really think it's a very important event that we have today to do the exchange for startups in Israel and in Taiwan. And all the startups, no wonder if you are from Israel or Taiwan or around the globe, you have my respect, because all the startups in common, that we have one thing in common, is to take out our solutions to help the world gets better. So I'm very glad and very honored to be here and to share a little bit what CloudMile do and to actually speed up the digital transformation and be on top of the next wave. Sorry. Is that supposed to be right size? Okay. Okay, so just a brief introduction about CloudMile. What we do is we do cloud and AI together. So on the first day that we found out that there is no way that you're doing cloud only to solve people's infrastructure. But when people started thinking about if AI can definitely increase the productivity, can definitely help people to get more from AI ops or machine learning or whatever, they're just not the data that you cannot feel or use, but you can actually generate your data into something that you can use and be insightful. So what we do cloud, we do AI, we do machine learning, we also do cloud architect, and we help you to find out the insights from your data. So, I'm sorry, I keep asking for the wrong bottom. Yeah, this is the right correct one. So now currently in CloudMile we have 120 employees. We have 6 offices around the world, especially in Asia and Southeast Asia. We keep expanding, and hopefully there is one time, before or afterwards, that we will go to US and Israel and other region. Okay, so about CloudMile is a little bit, we are actually a pretty tight partner of Google Cloud. We are their top support for technology. We do cloud technology and AI. And also that we are their first MSP partner here in Taiwan. in full, it was managed service platform, managed service provider. So what we do is we provide a platform, and for our clients, or somehow that if you consuming a lot of cloud, and sometimes billing and finance is being, your headache, come on our platform and also hand over the operation, daily ops, that we use AI ops to actually increase the productivity for your cloud consumption. We do have 24/7 monitoring on your cloud spending. So that part will do a review report by month, bi-weekly, and 24/7 monitoring on your usage. So we also are the first one partner who gets a lot of specializations. I'll name just 4 of it: infrastructure, machine learning, data analytics, and cloud migration. We also already have over 120 credentials, and also that we served over 400 clients around the globe. So that is the biggest honor that we received this year, as we are the first one who in APAC region that we have this Partner of the Year award from Google. That will be the first one here in Taiwan that we have the honor to have this award, that recognized by Google that with our technology and solution and the supportive way to our clients. So after that, exactly what we do, we provide you from cloud data to AI. Now it sounds easy, but somehow a lot of people see, I wanted to adopt AI right away. But sometimes they forgot that it has a journey that you have to go through. And there are a lot of obstacles and difficulties that enterprise, especially large enterprises, they have to go over. So what we do AI transformation in progress, hand by hand with our clients, large enterprise, corporate, small, medium business. What we do is we help them to grow, to figure out the issue and the problem, to help them to grow and think big about their business. And then talk about the solution, because you have no idea what exactly your data can do good for your business, and that's how that we keep inspired or work together with our clients to search for a better solution for business development. So let me just give a very brief idea on our most recent cases. I'll take, you will see the cases really famous, but just quickly understanding from our clients. First thing, it's a pretty fragmented world with your time, with your, no matter where you go, you feel like, everything's being pretty speed up. So how are you going to ask your clients to stop just for 1 minute, look at your product and decided to buy? So at current situation, we found that a lot of our clients from retail industries, what they do is they feel it's really difficult for people to stop and really getting to say, hey, I want to have a purchase decision. This is somehow very difficult, and it costs a lot for all the retailers, no matter it's online or offline. So what we do is we help them to empower their data and looking into the insights to find out exactly what they are, what are their clients, what are their customer behaviors, what will make them stop, and what will actually trace them back and take action. So this one is where we go with integrated multi-data sources. So we collect the data and we try to clean the data. We find some insights from the data, and that is step by step where it goes. So to improve the data being classified, and then somehow you will be able to label where is your high-value customers lies on. And we use a machine learning model to read on this. So our algorithm with machine learning model is to help our clients always find a better way, a better solution to keep their customers stay. So this at the end will then improve the advertising performance. That is how that we done. So now, to figure out the needs, we definitely first step, we ask our clients to come with their business data and to process, to study on those data to find the insights, as I said. So this is the example that I would like to take on. Carrefour, I guess this is a very famous and biggest, one of the largest retail in the world. what we do for them, they have actually been here in Taiwan for 30 years, and there's over 300 stores in Taiwan. Now, obviously, they would like to make a digitalization in their corporates, and that's why we are working together. Now, they founded their digital IT in 2018. What they're trying to do is to try to have their customers stay longer and actually take action to buy. So the insights from their customer data, and to claim on the data and to find out the insights from the data and give out the best solution. That's what our algorithms do. So what we help them is to predict their lifetime value. We help them to find out who are the high value customers who always come back and who always bounce back. So what is the bounce out rate? What is exactly the return rate, and what will actually make the user feel friendly when they shop online? So we help them to identify from the raw data, try to find the insights using our machine learning model, and then trend and tags, different tagging classifies on different users and customers, and then use MarTech as our final solution to help them to trace on the right customer, to feed them the right ads, to show them exactly what they can do for their customers. So the second phase is that we do scan and buy. So that is actually a very new applications on their apps. Now, Carrefour can now, with their apps, there's also some, when you go to Carrefour and trying to buy something, and you would like to have this item, but this is not there. So that you can take a photo, and then you will be able to search where is that item. It will be sending back to your mobile phone. You can click the link and just purchase right away. So that actually just helped them to reduce saving actually almost 70% of their operation cost and increase the conversion rate. So here again, I would like to introduce the last part that I was saying, the Advantage tool, where the MarTech tool that come at the last minute to help will actually help you to increase the productivity way, and then for you to automatically have AI to write all the copies on advertising, and also that it will be able to trace and track on all these kind of ads if it's efficient or not. Okay, I think today it was just my presentation to sum up a little bit on our AI solution, to come back to this whole circle to drive your business activity and increase your conversion rate. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Ms. Lin. Please stay. Please stay. We have a question from our online attendee. Is he or she online?
Yeah, can you hear me?
Jenny?
Yes.
Yeah, okay, we can hear you. Okay, Jenny, hi, please.
Okay, thanks for the wonderful presentation. Know more about Cloud solution. And I would like to know how to scale across borders on the COVID-19 situations. And also, what are some challenges you faced when expanding to the other Asian markets? Yeah, that's all for the question. Thanks.
Yes, thank you, Jenny. During the COVID time, we found out that it's really important for startup. Don't just think that you're a startup, you're still small and you're still young and you don't need to cross out the region. No, actually, we find that really important thing is to build your remote team. Sometimes it's not just for enterprises or big companies, but startups it's starting to use the internet and connect with each other without borders. So now we try to find our right time and right steps to scale up our business. That's why during the COVID-19 situation, we have offices in Singapore, in Malaysia. We even built our one in Jakarta, Indonesia, and we are looking for more. We also have office in Hong Kong and Taiwan. So without all these, with these locations, we're trying to find right talents to all the office. So what happened is that management and finding talents is really It's really important for us. So I guess to learn how to build up a remote working team is not just for startups, but also for all the large enterprises as well, because now everyone has to work from home. You cannot control or, say if the COVID will then go along the way, but, there probably was some disaster coming in again. So try to build up our remote team and to management to look over and to for them to feel care and our culture and the core competitors of our company. I think it's a very key thing to actually grow and scale up your business in overseas.
Thank you very much. Any questions? No? Okay, thank you. Thank you, Ms. Lin. We hope you've all enjoyed the sharing of the 6 stops. If you would like to connect with them, please talk to our staff after the event. Colleagues will be happy to assist and facilitate further. Now, we've gained insight into the entrepreneurial ecosystem of Taiwan and Israel, got to know some great companies from both countries. It is important to be aware that there are various government mechanisms and programs that support international collaboration. It is our pleasure to invite Mr. Ethan Dean, Senior Account Manager from ITRI, to share with us how we could leverage the government funding when collaborating with Taiwan and Israel companies. Welcome, Mr. Dean.
Okay, good morning from Israel and good afternoon for Taiwanese attendees. My name is Ethan Ting, and I would like to take this opportunity to thank you, Chairman Chen, for having me today for this wonderful moment to share with the government funding program that we can support on the last mile for our startups. Actually, I would like to give a brief about myself. As a veteran who have been doing the business development for 20 years, I was recently, being involved with the startups for the past 5 years. That actually gave me a lot of exciting and shocking experience as well. For example, like today, when I heard one of the presenters who are from a startup company called the Webcom, and the lady, I believe she's a chief strategy officer for that Webcom, sharing one of the slides, who elaborated that about 30 years ago you went to the bank to do the transfer by foot. And I was thinking that, oh my gosh, last week I was doing the same thing. I'm still using, the ATM to do the money transfer instead of using the mobile phone. So I guess, I'm just kind of not only the veteran, but also somehow outdated. But actually, I would still very appreciate to have the opportunity working or, talking with the startup company for youngsters. So today, what I would like to do is to introduce, as our moderator mentioned, one of the international R&D funding program by our government to support the last mile for our startups. Okay. All right. I would like to actually briefly talk about the outlines today. First of all is the background of the program. The second is some of the funding information, and I would like to share with our startup, not only for Taiwanese but also for Israeli companies. The third is one of the collaboration models where I think I would like to take one of the COVID-19 examples to further elaborate that. The last is the summary. Okay, so, well, basically for government's presentation, it has a lot of wording on the slide. So kind of, allowing me to use this wording to briefly talk about the background of the program. The program actually went back to 2016. It's basically a government-to-government funding support program, whereas from the Israeli side is the Israel Innovation Authority, used to be called the Office of Chief Scientist, who actually signed a formal agreement with our MOEA, Ministry of Economic Affairs. Okay, by doing so, both governments have decided to fund the private sectors, especially for startups, coming together not only to do the R&D purposes, but also to do the product development as well as the commercialization. So that's basically where the purpose of this program coming from. It started with the R&D, but later on, it actually being expanded into the product development as well as the commercialization. Okay, so on that kind of a mechanism, both governments will have an independent review system, which means that Taiwanese have a review board, whereas the Israeli side also have their own review board to review the proposals. But the different, the thing in common is that it has to have at least one Israeli company and one Taiwanese company joining together to file and to apply as by using the same proposal to both governments respectively. So you can imagine that one of the versions needs to be written in Hebrews, whereas one of the proposals needs to be written in Chinese. Okay, so under that kind of circumstances, after both governments have their independent review, we will have a joint committee to get together to see which proposal needs to be funded and which needs to be rejected. Okay, so in principle, there are basically 2 calls for proposal on each year. Okay, but depending on different situations or circumstances. Unfortunately, last year we only have one call for proposal due to the pandemic crisis, whereas this year we haven't had even one call for proposal until right now due to the shortage of the Israeli government funding. I'm afraid to say so, but unfortunately that's the fact. Okay, let me just give a brief landscape of the program itself. When it comes to the sectors, on Israeli government side, it does not have any limitations for any sectors whatsoever. Whereas on our Taiwanese government side, we have priority to fund on different sectors. Those sectors are basically smart manufacturing, cybersecurity, high-end medical materials, including digital health, and last but not least, which is the IoT applications. Those are the priority sectors that Taiwanese government would like to fund in the first place. Okay, and the program actually can be funded up to 3 years. Okay, up to 3 years. Okay, and as for the funding scale, the maximum funding scale is at large 50% of the proposal itself. Okay. I just mentioned that the call for this year has not been announced yet, unfortunately, for the pandemic. So we will expect that whether our Israeli government will, have the funded on time. In terms of the types of funding models, there are 3 types of funding models that can be shown here. First of all is the technology development. In brief, it's the R&D funding purpose. The second one is the product development. I think a lot of products or services needs to be further developed in terms of getting to tap into the market. The last one, which is very important, is the pilot program, is the field verification program, or what we can call is the test bed. Okay, it also can be funded. I'm going to use that as an example to further elaborate why this is very important for both Taiwanese and Israeli companies. Okay. There are several factors that need to be considered when it comes to the apply. Okay, those are actually factors that need to be taken into consideration very carefully. For example, like whether the labor distribution, okay, can be divided equally, which means that neither of the government would like to see just one side have heavily R&D work, whereas the other one will have less R&D work in terms of the funding purposes. Or for example, like on the proposal itself, each milestone and checkpoint, as well as the IP distribution, IP analysis needs to be clarified in a very, very clear way, in a very succinct way, such that we can understand that if both companies have a very clear IP for the product commercialization, okay? As to the application document, very simple. Both governments adopt the same ideology. Like for example, both governments will require have an application form as well as the application proposals. Okay, and on the consensus basis, both government requires there's gonna be an LOI or MOU, okay, to be signed for both parties, okay? And there's a bilateral cooperation form. I would just simply describe this form as a summary for the proposal itself, either in Hebrew version or in Chinese version. It's just kind of like a summary to describe what you're going to do for the application. Okay. Last but not at least, both governments also require financial record for the applicants. To put it in a simple way, they will require a certified public accountant to verify the applicant's financial record. Okay. I think a lot of interesting parties may be very interested in what would be the passing rate. Okay, according to our statistics from the very beginning, which is 2016 till right now, till this year. Okay, there are in total 13 proposals to be accepted. Okay, and half of them are approved and half of them are declined. And there is one still under reviewing process. So you can see that the passing rate is very, very high, okay, which is a very, very useful tool for the Taiwanese and the Israeli startups, okay. And last, I think I would like to use this model to introduce or to encourage both Taiwanese and our Israeli friends to come up together to file a proposal in terms of this kind of a collection model. This is what we call the Taiwan Integrated Biomedical Industrial Standards, TBIC, located in ITRI. ITRI is a nonprofit organization, which is the organization I'm working for, which is also the largest government-entrusted R&D agency in Taiwan. Okay, by our government support, we established this kind of a clinical trial center to encourage our domestic and international friends coming together to do the testing purposes. Okay. There are basically three major features here. One is the ecosystem cluster. The second one is the verification field. And the third one is the smart healthcare, okay, as a feature. And when it comes to different features, it also have different kind of viewpoints. I wouldn't go through detailedly because I would like to show you a video to explain how it works and how can you get involved and benefit from that. Please play the video clip.
The advances in technology and AI have driven medical care to leapfrog into a new generation. Smart medical care, which incorporates ICT and big data, has become a global trend. Taiwan is the perfect place for smart medical care, aiming to reduce the time to market of products. The Department of Industrial Technology, under the Ministry of Economic Affairs, has joined hands with multiple sectors and the medical community to create the Taiwan Integrated Biomedical Industrial Center, the first of its kind here. The center will provide testing, verification, and commercialization services for innovative smart medical devices, allowing manufacturers to adjust their products as fast as possible. Professional market regulatory consultation and prompt feedback from clinicians will also be provided to accelerate product development. TIBIC consists of 6 areas: the Human Factor and Usability Engineering Laboratory, the Surgical Robot Verification Laboratory, the Computed Tomography Simulation Room, the Intensive Care Unit Simulation Room, the Operating Simulation Room, and the Simulation Hospital General Ward. In the Human Factor and Usability Engineering Laboratory, clinicians will engage in the clinical use of medical devices and provide immediate feedback. The Surgical Robot Verification Laboratory will utilize real-time imaging robots to assist doctors in carrying out precision surgical procedures. The Computer Tomography Simulation Room will have computers reconstruct 3D images of the body, greatly enhancing diagnostic accuracy. Meanwhile, the Intensive Care Unit Simulation Room will provide real-time monitoring of patient physiological data and any changes detected. The information will be uploaded and reported to medical staff. The Operating Simulation Room will focus on the simulation and verification of clinical surgical instruments, which will accelerate the adjustment of medical devices. Lastly, innovative applications for smart medical devices and medical data will be the emphasis in the Simulation Hospital General Ward, satisfying multiple needs. In the future, the center will also provide human-machine usability testing and verification of smart medical devices. Product developers can thus receive continuous feedback needed in product development based on various clinical surgical scenarios, and can find innovative solutions and offer customized services for major international manufacturers. E3 is also cooperating with international companies, such as AstraZeneca, through its advantages in market size, distribution channels, and brand visibility. E3 will lead domestic industries and related products to tap into the global market. Meanwhile, it is expected that international vendors will also be able to find comprehensive medical solutions in the center, exploring new opportunities in biomedical technology.
Well, thank you. I don't need actually 5 minutes, well, probably just 2 minutes. Right. In the summary, which is the last slide, as you can see that Taiwan is a relatively safe place to conduct clinical trial for foreign company startups during the COVID-19. If we recall, one of our speakers today, Miss Wendy Singer, who showed us that actually compared to the pre-pandemic period to the after-pandemic period of sector, one of the strongest sector in Israel is the digital health, which occupies more than 6,000 indexes. I didn't know that if you have paid attention to that, but actually I'm pretty much aware of that. So if that kind of a scenario that can actually put Taiwanese and our Israeli companies together to jointly to do the clinical trial, which is the product development stage, that can apply into the program that I just introduced. Okay, it can be funded more than up to 50%, which is a huge money for both companies. So Taiwan's strength included solid IP, well-run hospitals, excellent health professional, and favorable government policies. The R&D program, as I said, which is actually just like my title of the presentation, is the last mile to mitigate the gap between the product development and commercialization. As you can see from the slide, it actually can also link to our international partners to go to the global market. So that's where this program is aiming for, by mitigating and play a very vital part as the last mile to help our international startups to go to the global market. Okay, so clinical resources combining accelerating strategies provide an effective environment for Israeli startup. They actually can link back to our, the Startup Terrace program in Linkou, as well as the Biomedical Center in Itri, okay, Hsinchu. Thank you for listening. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Mr. Ding. We will now take questions. Is there any question from the on-site or online? Please.
My voice is strong anyway. Only 6 were actually approved. So, if from your perspective as part of the team running this process or supporting this process, are 13 applications a good number for 4 years? And what would you like to see as a vision for the Taiwan and the Israel cooperation in this respect as a progress from this data point?
Thank you for your question. Actually, as the facilitator, of course, I would like to see as many as proposals as possible to be submitted. And to my observation, actually we have more and more proposals or more and more applicants coming to me or coming to my office, to discuss the potential opportunity where they would like to apply for the program itself. For example, until last week, as I said, we don't have a call for proposal yet. However, I have already had at least six companies. 6 Taiwanese companies plus their Israeli counterparts together waiting for the call to submit their proposals this year. Actually, we have 5 last year, so as you can see, the number actually are increasing. So that's the thing. I will look forward to it. It's getting better.
Sir, any more questions? No? Okay. Thank you, Mr. Ding. Thank you again. Lastly, we will now proceed to our highlight of today, Taiwan-Israel Innovation Roundtable. Please join me to welcome the moderator of the roundtable, Dr. Samantha Huang, advisor of DTA. The floor is yours now, Dr. Huang. Thank you.
So I'm very honored and thrilled to be the moderator of the session. I hope that actually everybody is excited as me as well, because we have Dennis Ban from Israel. He's an expert in entrepreneurship and also innovation ecosystem. In the meantime, we also have Dr. Avery Fan from Taiwan, TIER, Taiwan Institute of Economic Research. He's also expert in entrepreneurship and innovation ecosystem. So we will give most of the time to them to express, to actually share with us with their insights and also their knowledge about the status quo and also the future cooperation opportunity between the two states. So first, I would like to start with a question with Dennis. Can you see us? Hi, can you hear us? Okay, so we have some technical issue right here now. We're gonna troubleshoot a little bit. Can you hear us now?
Yes, I can hear you perfectly.
Wonderful, wonderful. Yes, so we can see you too. So we'll start with actually a little bit background introduction about you and your organization. Our cloud is a very interesting and very innovative business model
in terms of funding startups and actually make great contribution to the success of Israeli startup ecosystem. You, as also an serial entrepreneur and work in VC and lecturing all over the world in top business schools. So can you actually share with us a little bit about yourself and also our crowd's unique model? And why are you so successful? Why many equity-based crowdfunding platforms actually fail? Okay.
Thank you so much. First of all, it's really an honor to be here, and Taiwan is one of my favorite countries, and I have been. I come to Taiwan every single year. I mean, until unfortunately with COVID, part of Innovex, and I'm very grateful for Mr. Chen and DTA and our friends at MassChallenge, Yonik and Mayan, putting together this fantastic conference. So yeah, my kind of background is that I'm a serial entrepreneur. I invest in a number of companies. I had some failures and some good successes, and it was actually 8 years ago I met someone called John Madvet, who's probably one of the forefathers of Israeli venture capital, when he told me his vision to build our crowd. And as they say, the rest is history. 8 years later, our crowd is the most active investors in Israel. We are also the world's leading equity crowdfunding platform. And to answer your question, why our crowd works and maybe others not, I think the main point is that we are actually not just an equity crowdfunding platform. We are venture capitalists ourselves. So anybody can today, in today's world, start up an equity crowdfunding platform. You just make a nice web page and you try to matchmake funders, so startups and investors, and that's it. We don't believe in this model. We invest our own money in every single deal, and we diligence, we curate the companies. So meaning that from every 100 company that applies or that we looking for, we invest in 1 or 2. From 98 companies, we throw away. So extremely diligent, and we put our own money in it. And on the other side, we also work very closely with the investors. We are super aligned with the investors, which means that we work with some of the world's most well-known corporations who are looking for innovation in Israel. And we're working with some of the biggest family offices who are looking to make a nice return. And then we help private individuals, as long as we're accredited, to invest also in this ecosystem. As we know, we see that the alpha is moving away from the public markets to the private markets. So everybody has to have kind of a democratic kind of access to this asset class. And that's what we've been, I think the numbers show, we've been successful in achieving.
Yeah, we just also learned that SoftBank has invested $25 million in our crowd and also will be establishing a cooperation with you. So do you have plans to come to Asia soon? Maybe set up office in Taiwan?
First of all, we've been working with Taiwan for a long time. We have a number of amazing relationships. I mean, I can only share, obviously, the non-confidential information. SCSB is one of our long-term partners and investors, and we have actually invested in Taiwanese companies. One of them is EMQ. We've been supporting their journey for many years, and we work with HTC, and we work with some of the biggest families in Taiwan already. So we're very close with the Taiwanese ecosystem, and we are actually very bullish about the ecosystem.
That's awesome. Thank you so much. So we also have another expert from Taiwan side, actually, Dr. Eric Fan. He's involved in a lot of government projects in established entrepreneurship, startup, and also innovation ecosystem in Taiwan. You're personally, I think, helping the government to develop a lot of policies and involved in many projects. Can you talk a little bit about your division? Because I think a lot of our Israeli friends are probably not familiar with TIER and what your division is doing, right?
Sure. Good afternoon, or maybe good morning.
Good morning.
Everyone. It's Eric from TIER, Taiwan Institute of Economic Research. It sounds like an academic institution, and actually it is. It is the oldest and also the biggest government economic think tank in Taiwan. We were founded 43 years ago and over 500 people. And though it's a big company, we have 9 different divisions, all focused on different areas or different fields, in energy, in different industries, in biotech, and so on and so forth. For me personally, I'm from the Division 6. So what is Division 6 doing? We are focusing on finance. So investment.
Money.
Yes, money. Exactly. So everyone is shining right now.
Yes.
But yes, we're focusing on investment and government loans, and so on and so forth. We are not really investing in the startup, but we develop some industrial policy suggestions for the government. So we kind of working closely with the industries. And in the past about 7 years ago, when we start jumping into the area, we call it startups, or we say startup investments. Then we did a lot of research, and we also supported by the MOEA, the Ministry of Economic Affairs. And we have a program we call it Find It. And actually, this program is kind of big and lasts for the past 7 years. It contains 3 things. First, we look at the startup environmental ecosystem in Taiwan. We think that the information about startup investment in Taiwan is kind of rare. It's hard to find. Where are the startups or where are the investors? So we started this program based on different information sources. We built up a database to see how many startups in Taiwan and who invests who in Taiwan. So we know the investors, we know the startups. And then we have the database, we do the analysis, we write a report and provide some suggestions to the government. And third, we're holding a lot of events. So really binding the startups and the investor, making them know each other, they communicate with each other. So that's basically what we are doing. Besides, I'm an economist. Besides that, I'm doing research about the economy and startup investment. I'm also the director of 2 venture capitals in Taiwan. One is AppWorks, the other one is Harbinger Venture. So that's all about me. Thank you.
So we know that if you need money, who to talk to? You have Outcrowd, the leading crowdfunding platforms in the world. You have TIER. So since we talk about money, actually one of the biggest contrasts between Taiwan and Israeli startups is the difficulty or level of easiness to get money. We all know that both countries have great talents, tech talents, and they're really excellent innovators. However, it seems that Israeli startups receive much more recognition from international capital market. On the other hand, Taiwan startups, even though they have great innovation, technologies, products, seem to be having trouble getting international investments. So I will actually ask your experts advice and feedback and observations. How does Israel achieve your success by attracting international money into the system? And what can we do? Is the Taiwan government doing something, making some efforts to make the change? And how we leverage the resources we have and then just work together to build a bigger and most successful meta ecosystem together, maybe. So I will start with Dennis.
Sure. So I love the question, and maybe just step back for a second. I think number one, as much as people are looking at Israel as we are the startup nation, and obviously we have achieved incredible successes and milestones in innovation, and especially in this world of startups. But I can't stop myself to say that as much as you have to learn from Israel, we have as much to learn from Taiwan. I think, and by the way, the beauty here is that we both have very much complementary knowledge, and Israel is, for example, very good at software and finding solutions. At the same time, Taiwan is probably the best in the world in manufacturing and design. And Israelis would needs that talent, right? So I think the Taiwanese ecosystem could absolutely complement the Israeli companies with, for example, redesigning product, make it smaller, more efficient, cheaper. And also, what is wonderful in Taiwan that we know that because many of your companies are already suppliers to major tech companies, so we feel good about IP rights, which is not exactly true with every part of the world, right? So that's one, right? So I think there is here there's a complementary knowledge here that I think we should leverage. And I've been a huge promoter and supporter of working the two governments together and promote this cross-border partnership. Now, going to exactly in your question, I usually try to divide it in a number of factors, right? There are a number of stakeholders. It's not just the government, right? Government is a huge part of it, but not only, right? There's the government, there are governments, there are the corporations, which specifically in Taiwan, super important, and they have to bring them in to that part ecosystem. There are universities, and then there is the local VC community. So those are, I would identify as the top stakeholders that we need to work with, okay? And bring them on, and which each part has a very different task. The governments need to support with non-refundable and refundable loans. They have to give subsidies. They have to give, health regulations, and they have to promote cross-border partnerships. That's on the government side. On the corporation side, the corporations are super important to bring them early into the process because they can help the startups with process, with education, with verification, and integrating the startups, the local ecosystem, and do the POCs. And then there are universities, which is really the bedrock of R&D innovation, and they are the ones and hence innovation. And then I leave two important parts at the very end. Venture capital is not just normal investments. What we see, even in Taiwan, most venture capital's money coming from CVCs, right, from corporations. And that is not really typical venture capital. Venture capital is a different animal, it's a different asset class. And you need to build it. You really need to venture capital. In Hebrew, it's called risk capital. You have to take risks. And obviously that's in many parts of Asia and also in Taiwan, that risk averseness can be an issue, right? And that brings me to the last point, which is our relationship to failure. I'm a serial entrepreneur, and I failed again before I got it right. Right? And if we give up after the first or the second failure because we think what the society thinks about us, what my family will think about me, or what I will think about myself, I will give up. So that is a kind of brainwashing that we have to do to the people so that understand that failure is okay, and this is part of the game. So those would be, I think, the main parameters that I would focus on.
That's wonderful. So, Eddie, what do you think? I mean, we should have a campaign to promote failures in our startup ecosystem here first.
Okay, so that's a good point, actually. When we're thinking about accelerators in Taiwan, actually they are doing the same thing. They are not trying to accelerate success. They accelerate failure.
Fail early, fail cheap.
And you can pivot. You can always pivot as a startup. Maybe we can answer the next question anyway. But we can talk about it later. But go back to your question that I have a quick answer because we are shy.
We are shy. So Israeli people are not shy. You're bold.
We're not shy.
Yeah.
We have a word called Bootstrap, which everybody has to learn in Taiwan as well.
That's quite interesting because if you look at the map of Taiwan and Israel, I just saw it right there. But actually, it really describe how the startup ecosystem looks like. Israel is thinner, leaner, and sharper than Taiwan, actually. So that's we always say that about the startups in Taiwan is they know how to solve the problem. They can make the product cheaper and faster, make the code faster, right? But they're not that good at defining the problem. Okay, so the way to define the problem or express the problem is quite important, especially you're a startup. You're trying to do the business with people, right? You're not trying to make a new stuff or brand new stuff. That's one critical thing I think is maybe it's in our blood. So I think there's a long-run solution for that is from our education, maybe from K-12. But in the short run, I think there are several ways to mitigate this gap. For example, like the conference right now, right? So we let people know what we are doing and let people know how to communicate with people or how to do business with people, how to communicate with the investors. Okay, so there are several conversations is going in Taiwan. But there's little things that I want to mention here is go global is an important thing, maybe. Or let's say maybe is not always true for all the startups in Taiwan. If we're trying to describe the Taiwan startup ecosystem compared with Israel startup ecosystem, it's quite different.
Yeah, true.
It's huge difference.
Yeah.
So from our mindset, we as a startups, we have a lot of startups in Taiwan, but most of them, they are not trying to disrupt the industry. They're trying to
get bought. Is that right?
They're trying to find a solution or trying to upgrade or find an industrial transformation.
Okay.
A new solution to help the industry to elevate to the next level. So for this type of startups, they are actually can balance their revenue in day one. So they're coming out of the industry. They know the pain point. And they have the customer, the biggest customer, and best customer in the world. They are doing the electronics, right? So if I give them a mission that if I go abroad, you have to go Silicon Valley and compete with Silicon Valley.
It doesn't fit everybody.
Well,
right?
Why, right?
Yes.
Well, they already have the best world-class customers in Taiwan.
I see.
That's one type of startup. And we have another type of startups that we're trying to promote today or promote here is the digital transformation, right? Software leading startup, also software driving startups. And these kind of startups, they need to be educated. They need to know how to scale up through any channel pipelines to the global market. So that's two different types of startups in Taiwan. And the first type is much more than the second one. But we're trying to make the second one more like Silicon Valley tech startups. Right, to go abroad.
For publicity reasons.
Yes.
Okay. But I think I like what Dennis said and also what you implied, the complementary merits or advantage of both ecosystems. It seems that if we are actually very strong in hardware, and we also know software probably much in the future will be part of the hardware as well. It's kind of like embedded inside. So how do we actually cultivate the talents and facilitate the cooperation between hardware and software between Israel and Taiwan? And even though they are helping the existing electronic manufacturing to upgrade or to facilitate the digital transformation journey, or they go disrupt the whole world with new business model, new innovation. It seems that it's inevitable for this kind of cooperation to happen. So I would like you to also quickly give us some advice to startups in this kind of like direction, how they can best prepare themselves for these opportunities. I'll start with Eric. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
Prepare this opportunity.
Yes, prepare yourself for the software, hardware integration opportunity, also Israeli, Taiwan mega ecosystem, mega innovation ecosystem.
So from a government point of view or from policy's point of view, it's pretty hard, right? When we think about the tools of the policy, we give them grants, we give them subsidies. More than that, we give them spaces, we give them mentors, and so on and so forth. But actually, the impact is small. The impact is small. So what we are thinking is what are the things that government could do, or maybe from the private sector could do. So there's a key thing that I want to mention here today is the investment. Okay. From capital, the power of capital is the key.
Money
talks, right? I'm not talking about just giving you the money and let you do everything. Because the investors know, they have the foresight about the future, maybe 3 to 5 years, what markets will happen. And if I invest in this company, and at least the founder should listen up, right? So I back out your project, because I think it's got opportunities for the future market, for future growth. So there's something between the Taiwan startup to link it or make a real change or make a real difference to be able to go global or be able to change themselves and be more, let's say, coachable maybe.
Or internationalized.
Internationalized. And I think the investor plays a pretty decent role in this space. They have the connection of the industries, they have the connection of the business. And that the Taiwan startups, they have tech base, they provide technologies and provide some engineers and talents and so on and so forth. And it's kind of important to combine these two powers and together and making a big dream to the world.
So I think that echo what Dennis said, that the corporates, what Taiwan have, the tech companies actually are very good kind of potential investors for startups, and also they can help the startups grow as well. And what do you think? What are the advice for Israeli and Taiwanese startups to capture the opportunities for these kind of software hardware integration or future, and also the bilateral cooperation opportunities?
Yeah, so I totally agree with Dr. Fan what he was saying. Absolutely agree with him. And I think the lowest hanging fruits to start with Israel and between Israel and Taiwan would be in the IoT and hardware and maybe an AI sector. Anything that's kind of electronic, semiconductor, peripheral verticals, right? And again, what here is that Israel is bringing the software, bringing the very quick and agile movement of finding solutions, and then the Tel Aviv company, the Taiwanese companies will bring in the manufacturing and design capabilities, I really think that if you want to have the fastest, the quickest results, my true focus would be on accelerators, finding accelerators embedded in the corporate, among the corporations, right? So you want, because the kind of Taiwan is in a little bit, Israel is in, what they say, that what doesn't kill you makes you stronger, right? Israel is one of the smallest countries in the world, right? And we are surrounded by our cousins, and we have no natural resources. So we are pushed to put everything into the brain, right? That's our survival. It's absolutely our survival, right? But more and more, and because there is no market, from day one, we don't go serving the local market. We are an international company from day one, right? Now, big like Germany or France or the US, you're first local. Usually, you're first serving your local markets, right? Because it's enough. If you're serving 50 million people, you can become a unicorn, right? Now, Taiwan is somewhere in the middle. Right? Yeah. Somewhere, if I'm not mistaken, is like in there 20-25 million people, which is not small enough, but not big enough, right? So you're in this middle market where I could serve my market, but it's not big enough, right? So I think number one, you're international. Now from day one, you have to go international, because startups, you only have certain number of, you only have limited money, you have limited time, you have to go all in from day one. I think that's one advice. Second is, again, the corporations should give you the accelerator opportunities, and especially because that's the place where you can do the POCs, where you can benefit from the process. You can benefit from immediate feedback, and you have that in Taiwan more than any place in the world, right? You have some of the best companies, the Foxconns, the HTCs. These companies has to have stake in this, and it's also their advantage. 30 years ago, the lifetime expectancy of the S&P in a company was 60 years. If you were in S&P, you were 60 years. Today, it's 12 years. You look at what happened with GE this week, right? GE, which was the absolute number one, the biggest US company, right? I don't know, I'm not saying game over, but it's nowhere, right? Salesforce is there instead. Took its place a couple of years ago, right? So what we say that also these corporations have a stake and skin in the game, because it's not going to stay like this forever, right? you had a nice ride for the next 20, 30 years, but you see what's happening. You see also around the world that outsourcing is going into insourcing, right? All the offshore production now, people, because of the supply chain bottlenecks, U.S. companies want their suppliers to be home next to them, right? People will pay high price for that, and including Taiwanese companies as well. So they have to innovate, and the startup ecosystem is providing that innovation, and it's really a win-win.
That's awesome. I think we talk about changes, really rapid changes also in the industry and also in the world. I think the pandemics really showed us how changes can come out of nowhere. It has a very, very huge impact on startup ecosystems, both in Israel and in Taiwan. If it happens again, we know that it's getting a little bit better control now, but if it rises again, how do we prepare ourselves for pandemic? Really, I mean, I know it has had a huge impact for startups in both countries. What do you think? What advice do our startups and also government and corporates? How do we survive this virus war? Challenges, yeah. So I'll start with Dennis. Yeah, can you give us some?
First of all, we have to learn from Taiwan what you guys did. Like you were an example, like for so long, everybody was looking at what you are doing. So obviously we cannot prepare what's going to be next, right? Nobody knew that this is going to be, we're going to hit by something like this and it's going to stay for so long, right? I don't think it's the next type of challenge that we're going to see is not going to be exactly the same. It's going to be a challenge. That's how just the world works, the evolution works. Whatever we survived, then we became immune to it, then it has to be something much bigger. If we were sitting here 18 months ago, right, at the beginning of the crisis, and we would take guesses, right, what's going to be? I think, the best description that everybody was guessing, like the recovery is going to be V-shaped, right, quick, or it's going to be U-shaped, like, or it's going to be L-shaped, goes down and it's finished, right?
Yes.
The best example, the best description I've seen is it's a Y. It's a Y shape. Y, it's a V on top of an L, right? Meaning there are winners and there are losers. It's not either or. Right? It's not. So it's winners or. So there are the companies like Zoom, obviously, and the FANGs, etc., which just made it incredible quick adaptation and moved very, very quickly, right? And there are industries that basically hit, even if it's not industry, but even if the companies just will not come back. And I think those companies won. I think it was the Microsoft CEO Satya Nadella who said it, that we saw in like 2 months in the pandemic. He said that we saw 2 years of digital transformation in 2 months, right? That's what happened. Everybody, if you are not ready to do digital transformation, bang, you got a punch in the face big time. Now, can you get up? Maybe not. That I don't know. But you have to be ready for this digital transformation, whatever it means in your. And this is where innovation again and startups have a huge part and future playing.
Yeah. So the fittest survives, and you have to be able to be quick to adapt. And so you have to start your digital transformation journey ASAP. So that actually provides great opportunity for startups. What do you think, Eric?
Right. So it's kind of interesting. It's always a debate that should we help the startup during the pandemic era?
Or should they die?
Yeah. So actually this debate, why I say that, because as an economist, if I look back to history, if you look back 20 years ago, what happened 20 years ago, 2000, right? The dot-com bubble, right?
Yes.
After the dot-com bubble, what we have? We have Google, we have Facebook,
Amazon,
we have Amazon,
yes.
right? 2008, what we have? Financial crisis, then what we have? FinTech comes out, right? So every crisis will bring more innovations or more talents to the market and to a new business. and make a new digital economy and so on and so forth, sharing economy, right? COVID is the same thing. If you look back maybe from last year, then I believe for most of the venture capitalists will be happy for the past 1 year. We're taking venture, and we do earn money, right? So because we have tons of capital runs into the market and looking for good deals, just like they just say that it's a Y shape.
Yeah.
We're looking for winners, and we're not going winning.
Yeah.
It's going to keep winning. So that's what happens in the capital market. And it is true for the startups. During this pandemic era, they have to think every day, how do I pivot? People will die, right? So for example, like this is a real example, like KK Day. Taiwan is a travel tech company, right? During the pandemic, what they do? They cannot travel around, right?
Music.
The biggest
entertainment.
Yeah, the biggest business from Japan, and there's no way to go to Japan, right? What they do? They're trying to pivot every week. They're thinking about new business. What happens? In the end, they come up with a lot of business models, including delivering breakfast to their customers, right? So that's the key for all the startups, pivoting every day and thinking about the new business. If not, well, as the government point out, I'll be happy because you have new talents comes out and looking for a new business or new deals or new projects comes out. So that's the thing. But in the other way around, if the policy want to mitigate these things, then I would suggest that you will have to do it in systematically steps. What I mean is keep the environment better and attract more international investors,
and
talents come to Taiwan, and it's quite important to connect and make this market more globalized and mitigate the risk of this market. So that's the suggestion.
So I think the take-home message is that be strong. If the pandemic doesn't kill you, it will make you stronger, and you have more chances to win the money from the VC. Thank you so much for two wonderful panelists and experts, and thank you so much also for the audience staying the whole time. We hope you have a wonderful day, and also hope that today's program actually is helpful and you learn something and get something from our experts. Thank you so much. Have a great night.
Thank you.
Great day. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Huang and the panelists for the amazing roundtable. And your knowledge sharing are great value to us. Thank you. Please return to your seat and enjoy the last program of our event, the grand prize draw. Okay. Thank you all for joining our event and stay till the very end with us. We will now draw the grand prize, an iPad Air. I would like to invite the chairman of DTA, Mr. Zhenran Chen, to draw out the lucky winner for us.
哦，那个信很少笔画的，对，1+1，我猜他可能不在了，王倩不在了，走。确定啊？要不要那个？啊，不用。啊？诶，这奇怪，怎么没有几张？哦。诶，有人看到自己的名片吗？范登伟。范登伟，好，没有，太好了。这个留下来总是有代价的。哦 ，Take， 黄家柱，恭喜恭喜恭喜！ 这是东元的黄顾问哈。
Congratulations to our winner, and thank you, Mr. Chen. This is the end of our Taiwan-Israel Innovation Roundtable. Thank you for your participation. We hope you've enjoyed and learned a lot today. Wish you all a good night. Thank you.